morning, everyone. Actually, afternoon. It's great to have you guys here. I hope you guys are enjoying your Hosky Summit so far. It has been great. We had an amazing party yesterday at the beach. Some people got in the sand, some people got in the sea. It was cold as shit, but we're good. We are all here. We're enjoying ourselves. We got a full room. I'm very glad about that. So let's get started. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Lara. I am part of the Hosky community. I joined it quite a little bit later than everyone else. I didn't get to mint any of the 420,000 NFTs. Quite a hefty number, oh my God. But here I am, I have my Huskies today, both the tokens, both the NFTs, and I love them more than anything in the world. I'm rocking a shitty tie, as you guys can realize. That's pretty cool as well. Thank you so much, Schmack, for it. You know how it goes. Yes, thank you. Claps everywhere. Right, and also, a little bit of an information. I'm also going to be, Oscar knows it, the social media manager for Fetch. We're still working on it, but we're gonna get it out. Gonna get quite cool. Don't need claps for that? Yeah, finger claps. Finger claps. Finger claps.
After you got it done, then we'll
Exactly. No, but I'm gonna introduce someone. You know, I'm winging it because I didn't get anyone's biographies or anything. Yeah, that's how I go, Hosky style. Right. I'm going to introduce our first speaker today. Actually, it's an opening keynote, and it's a very, very important person for us in the community. She was telling me yesterday that she actually got in the Hosky community after her partner got in. She was like, what are those things again? Because they're quite interesting. And here it is today. She's actually rocking a Hosky dress. Can you fucking believe that? That is insane. She actually went out of her way to make it. I know, not here, but in the stream, yes. I know. Jess, please, welcome to the stage. Jkrobar.
Thank you all. The one thing I did not think ahead about was how to flip the postcards here and hold the mic, so bear with me. Okay, I won't. Okay, starting officially now. GM, welcome to the Hosky Summit, you disappointing group of meme-loving, Cardano-crazed, self-proclaimed idiots. I hope you're having a good time so far. My biggest takeaway so far is I liked most of you better as Hosky PFPs. So anyway, we have an interesting lineup for you all today. First, Hosky Degens will take the stage and share how they discovered the Hosky token and confess why the heck they are still here. We have Hosky trivia on deck next. Then everyone will have a chance to hang, bark, sniff, and wag your tail as the Hosky mascot makes an appearance. Later this afternoon, Kyrin will host a Mere Mortals podcast live on stage with the Pup of the Hour. This afternoon, we'll wrap up with a Quantum Hosky presentation with Trym. I do hope it's the fishing minigame reveal. If anyone has any questions about the venue or today's agenda, be sure to ask Randy. Not everyone gets it, maybe, I don't, it's a joke. I want to also say hi to our friends watching the stream. Many of our friends in the Hosky community were unable to make the trip. Idiot Anon, you're breaking my heart. I finally renew my passport and make it to Europe. We do wish you were all here, and I'll be back to spam the Hosky Discord in just about 10 minutes. If you all are hoping for me to stand here and motivate, enlighten, or inspire you in any way, please remember, I'm a Hosky holder. So I stand here today to remind you all that failure is an option. It's it's wildly disappointing that so many of you here and on the stream have decided to waste your afternoon talking all things Hosky. And maybe Cardano. Some of you even traveled a long way to be here. Why? Why Poland? I'm teasing, of course. I'm truly happy to see that I'm not the only one who's hopelessly optimistic that Hosky will reach zero and the promised rug will come. So to kick off this underwhelming afternoon, I would like to point out the various ways Hosky has prolonged the rug and failed to reach the desired zero peg. Mistakes were made, and here's my proof. For starters, folks actually like the art. I won't even sell the island furs I minted. Thanks to the devs and the hard work of the artists, Danksy and the Big Lahosky, a 420,420 NFT collection minted out in just under a year. The folks who were lucky enough to mint a shitty, are holding pretty tight to those NFTs as well. Failure number 2. Hosky began to support single pool operators in January of 2022 to champion network decentralization. These cash grabs actually have utility. There are now 25 single pool operators who have more ADA staked thanks to this project. Remember that you can, what? Yep, sorry. Remember that you can check your rewards by finding Vegas's famous PDF in the Hosky Discord every 5 days. We might be a step closer to the rug if we still called them the official pooper scoopers rather than the epic rug pools. And as you all know, it wouldn't be our Cardano event without snapping a pic with the Hosky mascot or finding a couple of Hosky stickers on your back. But Hosky didn't stop there. Hosky teamed up with Vesper Wallet and BuffyBot to create the Proof of Onboarding, or POO, protocol. POO made its first appearances at conferences in 2023. The goal is to simplify the Cardano onboarding process with user-friendly wallet creation and a gift of Cardano native assets, or NFTs. And in my experience, everyone stops to listen when you ask them if they would like some poo. Perhaps the biggest failure of them all is that Hosky holds the Cardano Summit NFT Project of the Year 3 years in a row. I blame the founder, the devs, the artists, and most of all, the biggest group of idiots, the Hosky community. These NFTs are, I think the floor is 11, 10, 11 ADA. And there is an NFT in this collection to fit every and any personality. There are an insane amount of traits. This kept JPEG Store on their toes, but this project has been known for testing the limits. Didn't something pretty epic happen in Epoch 304? Anyone remember? And now, there's more rewards for the community. When 10K. Anyone else? Impatiently waiting for an absolutely free NFT airdropped that I did nothing to earn to be dropped by this project? Raise of hands. And of course, instead of a dead project, instead of a rug to celebrate, we have this tennis ball fiasco, Fetch by Hosky, a DEX aggregator that boasts of no tricks, just trades. Hosky and the Ado Markets team collaborate in Q4 of 2024 to provide the Cardano community a transparent DEX aggregator that puts users first. The Hosky Fetch rebrand was first announced in the most recent Cardano summit in Dubai. Pretty standard for your average meme coin, I guess. Quantum Hosky. Let's remember that Charles leaked a little about this before the infamous shower brainstorm. Quantum Hosky is the fallback, was tweeted by Charles October 29th of 2022. Quantum Hosky is a unique gaming concept that will unite meme coin degens in a non-Euclidean world filled with Dishbrain NPCs where you can mine with your mind. A world best explained by Trym. I'd say look for the green glasses guy, but I'm seeing like 20 people at least in the room with green glasses at the moment, so yeah, so that one didn't land, that didn't work. So, Quantum Hosky. Had this project shilled or begged for Charles Hoskinson's approval here, this project as a whole, the Hosky community might lose a when here, but instead, here we are, spamming the Hosky Discord. When Quantum Hosky? Hosky is also an active participant in Cardano governance. Sir, I thought this was a meme coin. Hosky is a DREP, has hosted both virtual and in-person DREP workshops, and a member of the ICC. Select Hosky as your DREP if you are looking for an advocate for collaboration, a protector of sustainability, and a guard dog for transparency in our young decentralized government. At least that's how I interpreted his endless barking. Some of you might remember, I was basically bribed with a Hosky hat to attend my local 1694 workshop, my first Cardano in-person event. And as it turns out, it's pretty hard for a project to rug when they make a habit of putting the community first. Not only does Hosky have 90,000 followers on X, just under 14,000 members in the Hosky Discord, and just about 100,000 token holders, he allows his community a seat at the table. The Hosky community decided the final name of the token, a bison name for Charles, the future of the meme acquisition or operational budget, and the final 2, and now 3, single pool operators to the rug pool family. The Hosky token became a governance token in many of these votes using the Summon platform. Perhaps the only rug-worthy decision Hosky has ever made was assembling a mod team that flunked out of obedience school. So, as we are gathered here, I messed up. I got to start over. Some will say Hosky is the rug that keeps on rugging. Some find it delightfully annoying. Some just think it's kind of funny. Now that we are gathered here today in Gdańsk, Poland, let's try to make the Hosky Summit an experience we'll all wish to forget. Hosky, because who needs financial value with a community this fun? Thanks.
I'm back. Hello, everyone. Now, we're going to the first panel. Is it the first or the only one? First and only. Okay. Very disappointing. Panel of the day. We're going to have incredible people sitting here on these actual very comfy chairs. Great mics. Don't forget, the sound's not going to come out of that, just on the stream. We got one of the artists of Hosky, Danksy. Please come up on stage. We have got the incredible host of the Mere Mortals podcast, Kyrin. We have one of the biggest surfers, and honestly the only one, that I've ever met, Cerf. And last but not least, definitely not least, someone who loves to talk schmack about people. Schmack, come on. Enjoy your panel. I forgot the title. What was it about? Oh, the Journey of Hosky. There we go.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. So, yes, indeed, we'll be doing a bit of a journey through Hosky today. So, we'll dive, I guess, deep into some of the lore, some of the questions related to Hosky Cardano from these three fine gentlemen. And I guess one of the places to start off would be, none of us would really be here without the underlying blockchain itself. So would love to know your thoughts on what drew you to Cardano, the ecosystem, to begin with. And we'll just start with you, Schmack. We'll go Cerf and then Danksy.
Very good. So I actually had been operating on Binance chain and just grew sick of everything that was a rug. And I had been just exploring different chains. And so naturally, I tried some Ethereum and then found ADA, just had it sitting in a pool. And then I found the doggy bowl. And then that's really when I started to dive into the Cardano ecosystem. Got off of multi-pool operator, moved into FICA for my first stake pool, and have just been learning to run nodes and explore the ecosystem further ever since.
Brilliant. Thank you. Cerf?
Like many, I got started in crypto in 2017 during the big run-up, late 2017 into 2018. I had just graduated with my master's degree in a science field, and so I saw Bitcoin, of course, like everybody, and then saw Cardano with the peer review system and the rigorous scientific method that goes into everything that Cardano does, and so that piqued my interest, and I decided to invest in both quite heavily back then, and then just started watching Charles, the whiteboard video, got onto, at that point, Twitter before X, and started paying attention a bit, and I've been here ever since.
Yeah, awesome. I think the introduction to Twitter and Discord for probably most of us also came from Cardano or blockchain-related things as well. How about you, Danksy?
So I started in 2020, during the COVID crash. I just went onto eToro and Bitcoin was 3,000. I was like, can't afford that. Seeing ADA.
Classic.
Seeing ADA, I was like, I'll buy $25. Got 1,000 ADA at that point because it was at 2 cents. So then you just look deeper into it, watch Charles' whiteboard video, and then just took it from there. And I just love the peer review process and bringing financial tools to people of the world.
Yeah, I think that probably resonates a lot with most of us, because especially watching the whiteboard video, you feel that energy and want to be part of it as well. For myself, and I'll kind of answer some of these as well, the very first transaction I did actually on Cardano, I think, was sending it off an exchange, so starting to learn the basic process. And then unfortunately after that, I think the next was using the doggy bowl, so that was not so good, but that's all right. And I guess a good first introduction is important, as we all know. So going on to Hosky, how did you first hear about Hosky? So you're into Cardano, you're maybe testing around, playing some things, joining Fika and whatnot. How did you come about Hosky?
I honestly don't even remember how I searched or found this, but honest to God, the truth is I found a Reddit post, and it was just somebody saying, I guess I'm in on this shit show. And the rest is history. I was coming from rugs. I figured my introduction should be to a rug, and that's when I started pulling from the doggy bowl, got my first 5-pack of NFTs, and the rest is history.
That's epic, because I believe the Reddit has like 10 people on it or something. Like there's literally nothing there. So someone's doing their job well. Yeah. How about you, Seth?
So I wasn't really into NFTs at first. A couple from Twitter caught my eye, and so I'd minted a Cardano bean, I guess, which was kind of an old one. And then I just saw Hosky posting consistently with calling out bad actors, staying consistent on maintaining decentralization, and an emphasis on community, honesty, trustworthiness, and it was consistent. So I said, this looks interesting, and I minted, I think, just one cash grab at first, and it was in the mid 80,000s, I want to say. And then a few months went by, and I think it was June of 2022. I came into a bit of money, and I said, he's been really consistent this whole time. I'm going to start buying some cash grabs. And I'm in a 10-pack and got what I thought was a rare one. I didn't know much at the time, and I popped into the Discord for the first time. I said, hey, guys, does this look good? And they're like, who's this guy? And then I minted more and
was
more.
It rare?
No, but I thought it was. I liked it. And then I minted a shitty. I didn't even know what that was. And I messaged Hosky on Twitter. I said, look, and he responded within like 5 minutes. I'm like, whoa, access to the founder of, the biggest project on Cardano at the time, NFT-wise. And after that, I was just addicted. So I minted way too many. And now I've just been in Discord every day. It's like a family in there. I love hanging out with everybody. We mess around a lot, but you also get to know people in interpersonal ways and hear about everybody's days, stresses, real life stuff. And yeah, I love all you guys.
Brilliant. Yeah. And Danksy, how about you? Initial thoughts on first hearing about Hosky?
Well, it was actually Hosky, the big Hosky, who introduced me 3 days in. He was just, because we were all working at home at the time, and he just went, yeah, look at this project. You just send to Ada and it sends you tokens back. So we were there. I must have sent like 70 transactions to Ada, getting $500 million back at a time. And you're like, oh, yeah, I'm a Hosky billionaire. I'm an idiot. And then we just got chatting to Hosky in Vegas, and we took it from there. And within 20 days, well, basically the 10th of November, we went, we can do an NFT set. And from there, 20 days later, we launched the NFT set. Overnight, I think there was 100,000 sales on that first day. It was a bit hectic behind the scenes, though, I must say, because the printer obviously was broken. It didn't turn on for 3 days, but we were like, what's going on? And then I just love the development, what we've done. We've interacted with the whole community to get you all involved, and it's just a brilliant place.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's funny. It's like, in person, random online, even randomer online. It's rather impressive, the, I guess, like reach that Hosky can get out, and I suppose that's what a good meme does. It infiltrates via various different mechanisms out into the ecosystem. For myself, it was I probably on Twitter as well, and I just remember the very first pull I did from the doggy bowl, and I was scared shitless. Like, I'm sending 2 ADA somewhere. Like, could my wallet get compromised? Just absolutely. I mean, it got compromised in some shape or form with the return of Hosky, but it was really great. Just that.
It just worked out that way. And I think I ended up with like 750 million Hosky because I was late to the doggy bowl. But that got me started, and then quickly learned that Muesli Swap was maybe not as much of a scam as everybody thought initially. So I got a little bit there, and that was like my first DEX exchange, and acquired a little more.
Nice.
Yeah, so it got me onto the Cardano DEXs for the first time.
Beautiful. How about you, Cerf?
For me, the NFT was the first thing I purchased Hosky-wise. And then I think it was drip drops, and then at that point also tap tools was a faucet of sorts. So I think both of those where I acquired my initial Hosky tokens. Then after that, after my heavy minting of the NFTs, the rewards that come every epic just started pouring in, and with the shitty, the bonus for holding the shitty along with the NFTs, it started out pretty quickly. So I'll never admit, but I guess I should admit I bought some as well. But yeah, it was initially drip drops and tap tools.
Yeah. Okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool. How about you, Danksy?
Yeah, so definitely the doggy bowl. I think I got up to 3 billion on that day what the Hosky introduced me to it. From there, then I've been a proper idiot and I've bought some with real ADA as well. But I now actually, people at work, I get them to make Vespa wallets and then I forcibly just send them Hosky as well. So I'm just spreading it out.
Yeah.
I got to say the rain in the Discord too was another.
yeah,
was
the
another.
rain.
I mean, yeah, back in 2022, the amount of rain, especially from Dimmelix, the Rain God, and K-Dog, and all the mods, and Hosky himself too. I mean, they dump billions and billions on us, and we just pass around to each other for fun. But
Yeah.
that was another way of acquiring quite a bit.
Yeah, it is rather fun using it as I guess, like a mechanism of appreciation for someone, doing a giveaway, doing a raffle, or even just tipping. It's I mean, it's like imaginary money, but when you add it up, sometimes you're like, oh man, I've given away like a lot of.
Yeah, and shout out to Simon QC Poll for the tip bot.
Yeah, and do well in explaining it to them.
I'm going to have to apologize to Hosky because the first person I showed or told about was Jkrobar. I had to show them my cute little pixel dogs, showed her my 5-pack, and then she's like, what, you're an idiot. What are you doing? And then she came back to me a couple weeks later, and she's like, show me those cute doggo pixels again. And she minted a 5-pack, and then when the Lunar New Year came out, because we were both in FICA, we ended up minting a whole lot of the NFTs starting then.
Yeah. And Jkrobar, does that resonate? Is that your version of the story as well? Yeah. Okay. All right. That's good to hear. Cerf, how about you?
Well, the first people I showed anything Hosky to was the Hosky Discord. It was to the Idjiots. And back in those days of minting the NFTs, people would constantly post the ones that they liked there and kind of, pat on the back to everybody in the group saying, hey, look what I got. This one's awesome. And people were trading. And so, yeah, I really enjoyed watching the NFTs come out through Pool PM and like, oh, we know that wallet. Spuds, you got that one. Or, oh, we know Schmack, you got that one. Or look at mine. And kind of showing off and flexing your cash grabs in Hosky Discord was, and still is. We still do it. Not as often. But I'm sure when the 10K comes out, there'll be some flexing going on for sure.
Yeah. But if I recall correctly, you've had a couple of people come to your hostel who knew of Hosky?
Yeah, so I own and run a surf hostel in Nicaragua, and we accept cash or crypto. There's a little sign up there, and I had just a random reservation come in and say, oh, you accept crypto? I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, I'm kind of into Cardano. I'm like, really? He's like, and I point to I point to the refrigerator. Oh, there's Hosky stuff all over the hostel. So I see that sticker. He goes, oh my God. He had like 110 cash grabs in his wallet, a few billion Hosky. He's active in the Boss Cat Rocket Club NFT group, and Lara knows him too. He goes to all the events. I actually saw him at Rare Evo last year. So Get Lost Traveling, big shout out. Wonderful guy. He initially reserved for 2 nights. He ended up staying for a week and a half. We traveled around, had fun, and we traded NFTs. I gave him a bunch more Hosky for his wallet, and we're in contact to this day. So. Yeah. It was random. I live in rural Nicaragua.
I was just going to
middle of nowhere. So
it's far out of the way.
To actually have a Hosky holder show up there was like unheard of.
Yeah.
Big hugs, like, oh my God, this is unreal. You're a mod in the Hosky Discord of all, like, yeah. So.
Yeah, not to flex, but yeah.
Exactly. Well, yeah, right. I don't know how much of a flex that is, but yeah. Right. Yeah. Thank you, Schmack.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah, and Danksy, how about you?
It was my girlfriend, and I know she's watching at home because my watch keeps going, you're on stream. And we were I was designing the NFTs, so I'd do my day job, minting fiat, and then start doing Hosky traits. And she's like, what are you doing? I said, like, this dog, I'm doing this dog, and this dog's going to have a turd on its head.
A bloody turd.
Okay.
Straight fire.
Yeah, see you later. So, yeah, she was the first one.
Yeah.
And,
how about, have you guys had much success in, like, for example, explaining why you're coming to Poland? The eternal question, like, why Poland? Have you told people you're coming to, like, a Hosky, shitcoin, Cardano crypto conference? Like, at what point along the chain do you stop telling them, start telling them? Because I've found it extremely difficult.
yeah.
Looking for advice.
There's a couple of people like, just checking out. You're not going to get kidnapped, are you? No, it's fine. I think they're sound people. So yeah, there's a few people.
Words, which is very, very refreshing. I might start with you for this one, Danksy, because I feel it was a pretty sad day for a lot of people when the printer ran out. You know, sad days when it was broken, of course. For
good days as well.
Yeah. What was your reaction when it finally ran out? You know, it took, I believe, 11 months from start to finish.
Yeah, bit of proudness inside that we'd managed to do that. I mean, it was a lot of work. Me and Hosky were just on teams. After, again, we work in the same. Me and Hosky work together anyway, so straight after work we'd then log on and start doing Hosky stuff. So some days I'd be up till 3 o'clock in the morning, and we'd be I'd be streaming, showing, but making traits and that. So it was a lot of work over the year, but it was just in a way it was sad, but at the same time it was great that we'd introduced these NFTs to this community. We'd got you all involved. We'd got you creating traits your own. We did competitions throughout the year to try and get people to be more involved into it. But yeah, sad day, but at the same time, good. It had to come to an end, and it was a perfect number to finish on.
Yeah, absolutely. Surf, how about you?
In terms of
how mixed feelings when it ran out. You know, you've accumulated quite a few. So.
I did. At that point when and it's a sad story. I don't want to drop it on you guys. My little sister had passed away, so I was en route to go see her on her deathbed, unfortunately. However, the community knew that I was really into Hosky and knew this was like the last possible mint. So one of the former mods was nice enough to mint about 200 of the last few thousand, and had them straight to my wallet afterwards. And in fact, a shitty came with them out of luck, which was really cool, which I promised to my nephew, so that's his, as he lost his mom that day. But it was unreal to see how quickly it sold out. Before V3 or the last of it, it was sold out, and we waited weeks for it to come out after that. So that was everybody's waiting, and broken printer we were used to, so it was fine to wait. But
it's kind of like I only knew you so long. Like, you feel like it's going to be there forever, and then that last 20,000 was
it was a sad
mayhem.
day. Sad day for sure, but also historic day. I mean, it was a record-breaking NFT project. The collection is huge, and
yeah, for sure. Schmack.
It was a sad day. It's a hole in my heart that is still looking to be filled. Every once in a while, I'm like, I need to just mint something, and I don't know what to mint.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic 11 months knowing that, you know what, I'm just gonna try my luck, see what happens, and didn't have that anymore.
For sure.
I was definitely sad.
Yeah. Hosky was actually just telling me this morning that the way the shitties worked was he and Vegas could know when the actual next one was coming out. So it was, algorithmic, but one that they could see, not just completely random. And there was actually a shitty sitting in the printer. Next 10 batch would get it for 8 days. 8 days, it just required, anyone just to do one 10-pack pull, and it was just sitting there. So it's funny, like it feels at times that it was an absolute blur of just it going, but if you had a shitty just sitting there for 8 days, like obviously there was huge periods where nothing was really happening as well.
I think another sad bit of the day was when you woke up in the morning, you'd go and check Pool MP or the Discord and see what people had pulled every night, and you're like, oh god, how's that one come out? Or there was times though then we've seen errors and we were like, but yeah,
Actual errors, not pre-planned errors.
Actual errors did happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I believe you were saying there's still a couple of Easter eggs that.
I think there's one more Easter egg out there. I do
Okay.
like hiding stuff in my work. So Spyglasses had coordinates on. The Matrix code had something in. And I think there was a couple of other ones, but I can't
Okay.
remember off the top of my head. But I think it was 850 traits in total. So.
Yeah. Did you guys have any favorite traits? Anything that tickled your fancy?
I always really liked when an animated came out. Any animated was awesome. But in terms of quote-unquote Hosky collectors, I think many of us go for the clean ones. So, no frame, OG fur, original eyes, original mouth. So that was kind of the holy grail. I never actually minted one of those the whole time. I had to buy them all in secondary. I did get a Cardago, which was super cool. I got a clean 3-eye, radioactive, and there's so I've minted thousands, so there's so many that I can go through my wallet. I remember that day. Because I went straight to Discord and partied and rained on everybody and showed it off and flexed. So I don't particularly have a favorite NFT, although. There was one from Fofo. It's a Glab, a golden Labrador, going light speed, and it's got the gold frame around it, and that's probably one of my favorite ones.
Yeah. Schmack, any?
Gold frame, best frame.
Yeah.
It's the best trait there is.
Yeah.
And they rugged it in V3, and it upset me.
How did you go about actually? Well, first of all, any favorite traits as the actual artist?
Big fan of. I like Idjiot a lot, so Tutankhamun. I remember having the idea for Tutankhamun. It was about 2:00 in the morning. I was just going to bed, and I was like, "Let's make a Tutankhamun." So I literally stayed up for another hour and a half and put this together, and then sent it to Hosky, and he's like, "Wow!" But the one for me is my dog Oscar's in it. I'd recently adopted him at the time, and then he sat with me as I designed them all. So I was just sat there going, oh, I need to make a new fur, because we had G-Lab, OG, blue fur. And I just looked over at Oscar and I was like, you've got cool facial features. So I got a picture of him, and then I just made it look like him, basically. But yeah.
That's cool.
He's a good lad.
Cool. Yeah. My personal favorite was Hosky 2 fur, which is...
That's a rare one.
Yeah, it was. And based on the amount that I minted, I didn't deserve one, statistically speaking. And it was so good. It was, blue background, Hosky 2 fur. I think it was Hosky 2 eyes, original mouth, and then Hawaiian. Just absolutely rugged me. And I'm like, oh, man. But yeah, since then I've been somewhat of a collector of Hosky 2s as well, trying to increase my stash. Once again, spending way too much ADA. But the fun thing is just how much you can really do with all of those traits as well. I've for a long time been thinking of creating a Hosky bingo project where you'd connect your wallet to a site, would just scan them, create a little bingo card, and then someone like Dimmer could spin the wheel or do something, and you tick it off versus other people doing bingo. Incredibly complex, would take way too long for maybe I don't know, 10 people to play it, but
we'd play it.
Yeah, I know, all 10 of you.
And I think also just to put that, there were some traits what were designed to work with one another. So ideally you'd want a radioactive fur, then 3 eyes, and then one of the third ears, for example.
Yeah, a radioactive background and a radioactive suit.
Yeah, and then you're going to get a really radioactive one. Mm-hmm. But then it's rare that they came out. I mean, I think there was over 1 trillion different combinations what could have come out. There was never ever a Danksy fur, Danksy eyes, and Danksy mouth minted. Although everybody's going to get a printed version later on. Yeah, so it was shame, but also cool that when they did come out.
You were also saying there was a whole bunch of things you left on the cutting floor, like they didn't make it into the traits because it just didn't work, or
Yeah, so there was a blueprint of Hosky fur. It just wasn't working, and sometimes in design you've just got to go with what looks good, but at the same time.
For sure. So we've already, I guess, shared some of the memorable experiences. What, I guess, like Hosky moment has evoked the strongest reaction, emotion into you? Something that is like, I'll never forget that moment. Anything come to mind, Schmack?
It would have been the 1694 workshop that I went to. I had been hanging out in the Discord nonstop, messing around with Bone in the rug pool chat for Bone, and we went to our first breakout session.
Can you explain what the 1694 was?
Oh, so that was the governance workshops. So where we discussed the Constitution, like what the voting thresholds should be, all of that stuff. So then there was like an overarching speech that they would have, and then you would break out into smaller like breakout groups to discuss, and then come back with the group to share your thoughts. And I turn to my right, and I look at the name tag, and it says Bone. I'm like, my lord, these people are real. And so that's when I met Bone in person and realized like this is legitimately a community. And then that kind of pushed me to go to Rare Evo that summer. So that's really what kind of got me into like actually traveling to go to conferences and be involved.
Yeah, for sure. There's I guess like I could maybe even split this into like digital reaction that you've had to something digitally happening, and then the real life one as well. How about you, Cerf?
That's exactly what I was going to do. I was going to give you my first online one, which was minting the shitty blue, and then messaging Hosky on Twitter and having him respond. I think I screenshotted the message and put it in Discord when he responded, and then he immediately called me a leaker right after that. But I think this is probably my most emotional response to anything Hosky, seeing the whole mod crew here, all you guys coming from all over the world, putting faces to names of people I've talked to online for years, joked and had serious conversations, with certain people about certain things and you get to see them and hug them, and I think this is it. You guys are it.
Oh man, beautiful. Thank you. Danksy?
I echo what Cerf just said. Meeting everybody today. This is my first ever Cardano and Hosky event. So yeah, meeting everybody, and I also think just the interaction what everybody's had with the whole community. It's coming up to 4 years old. When we put out requests to come up with NFT traits to get you guys all to work together to come up with new ones. I was sat there stunned because there must have been 100. I mean, you design one yourself, sometimes when you're designing stuff, you don't see the wood for the trees. And like I remember Raffles sent one in, and it was the back of the head, and I was just sat there going, "Well, it's just a black outline. It's just what's that?" And then I looked at it, because he'd put a telly in it, and I was like, "What's the threat?" I was like, it's the back of the head. Oh, okay. So it's those kind of things. It was brilliant that the community had like seen things what we hadn't seen, and then we all decided we're like, yep, let's get that one in. So it's that emotion that we didn't just do this by ourselves. We opened it up, and you guys responded so well, and we're all very grateful.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, mine are both actually linked to where I'm from, which is in Australia. And I guess the first and nicer experience was coming out here and Hosky getting me to do things which I wouldn't have done otherwise, like I was saying with the kind of first transaction, but also testing out some creativity, the meme competitions, I remember doing one for, it was, I think, a video for one of the summits, the Cardano summit. and you had to put in like a 30-second video. And I probably spent like hours on this thing when I should have been doing other stuff. But it was so much fun, and it was all of these little mini things. You know, probably wouldn't have come to Poland and, you know, got into a random car with two people I'd barely interacted with to drive 8 hours from Hamburg to Gdańsk. So that certainly is one. The more unfortunate one was in Australia, you know, we're right at the start. So we're ahead of everyone time-wise. And I forget that a lot. And I especially forget that on April Fools. So, you know, it's 2nd of April, everything's already done. It's not even a big thing in Australia, really. And I see the rugging, the Discord is gone, Vegas posting on Twitter, and it just got me. Like, it got me hook, line, sinker. 25 minutes, I was just like, I can't believe he's actually done it. I can't believe you've done this. It rocked my world. So it was then I guess, like, I wouldn't say a good experience realizing I'd been played, but the nervous sweats and the cold shakes stopped. So that was that was good.
Executed perfectly.
Yeah. I don't know how many people it actually got, but you know, it got me. So kudos. You've had plenty of time to come to your senses, to realize, like, this is a zero. Like, what are we doing here? Why are we in Poland? What keeps you, I guess, engaged with the community? What's bringing you back? Is it the meeting people in real life? The spending time on Discord?
Yeah, I mean, it's about the Discord, the community, just in general. We're full of extremely likable idiots, and I'm hooked.
Yeah.
I love interacting with these people.
For sure. Cerf, Danksy, similar?
I'm pretty much just waiting for Glabs to pimp. That's what's keeping me here. No, it's the community. It's everybody. And we have a lot of consistent people on Discord. The OGs are there every day in, day out. And they're what makes this project go.
Because a lot of people do come and go, yeah, and it's I guess one of those things you guys might notice more because you're a bit more active, but do you see people leaving for a while and then coming back? And if they do, like, what's the kind of thing that they say that draws them back in?
When Ada's moving price-wise, people get excited. If there's any, stuff like this has brought a lot of people into chat. Any new news, like the 10K dropping for sure, if and when or never that happens, that I'm sure we'll have a big influx of people back into the Discord. Our numbers in December, when everything was running, were I don't know, triple what we normally have, but we still consistently have 180 to 200 people in the Discord in and out every day. Those numbers can get up to 400 or 500 on a an exciting day for people.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Danksy?
Definitely the community. You do see in various projects artists come and go, but I'm quite I see myself as a very loyal person, and interacting with this community for the past nearly 4 years. I can't go now after what we've done all together. It's such a great community.
And now you're doxxed too.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I think that's the thing, because so many times you'll hear of other NFT projects or coins saying like, it's all about the community, and they'll say that, but then all they'll do is constantly talk about price, or they'll be very fixated on something that I think is perhaps not long lasting. So I guess expanding the question out, what in particular about the community draws you in? Is it the laughter? Is it the
Yeah, I think the humor in the Discord. There's just the amount of humor. It's constant joking, and so that keeps me going back. And now with Quantum Hosky coming too, that's another interesting thing, and. I don't know. It's just there's, like you said, a lot of projects say the community, but Hosky really lives that. Like, because most people aren't in it for the money. You know what I mean? It's because it's going to zero.
Yeah.
So they're in it strictly for the community and the memes and the fun and kind of just the camaraderie of it.
Yeah, for sure. So finishing up, I guess, with one of the last questions here. Many dog years to come. Is there an upcoming Hosky announcement, something you're really looking forward to, something that you hope, fingers crossed, happens, if, when, never? out of all of the numerous things that there are potentially on the horizon?
I don't care, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I will spell out when 10K with I don't care, to be honest, for years to come, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice. Surf.
For me, the things I'm looking forward to are the next events. We got Rare Evo coming up in August, and we'll get to see each other again. That's what I like. I mean, the 10K will be nice whenever it comes. And then, of course, Quantum Hosky, in the pipeline is going to be hopefully unreal. Trym is an amazing person, and I'm sure he'll do a good job.
Yep, for sure. Danksy.
If the 10K comes, but I haven't worked on it, so.
Okay, you weren't working on that one?
Nope.
Ah, okay.
I'm looking forward to Trym's presentation later on and Quantum Hosky. We had went to the beach party last night with Trym in the taxi, and it was just blowing my mind. It was some of the things he was saying, so I'm really looking forward to listening to all that again later on. But yeah, I'll be here till the bitter end.
Brilliant. Okay, awesome. Thank you, guys. That was incredible. Round of applause. Cheers.
Thank you.
So we will be doing the Hosky trivia coming up next. So I will run over to the computer and do some things. So keep tight. It's also playable at home for those who are watching via the video stream. So just get your phones ready, and yeah, we'll be starting again in probably about 2 to 3 minutes time. So for everyone at home, we're just going to go to play.blooket, blooket.com, and there is a number there which you can put in, 604-9211. We're just going to wait for maybe a couple of minutes. People are getting some food, and I just want to see people starting to join there. And it'll take a couple of minutes for everyone to do this. So yeah, just hold tight, and we'll be with you shortly. So just a reminder for those at home, play.blookit.com. Don't need to sign in or anything. You just put the number in, you play on your phone or maybe on your laptop or a computer. I don't think I've tried that before. I think you probably would be able to. There's also a QR code up at the top which you can scan, and I'll be putting my face over that shortly. So probably easiest, play.blookit.com. 604-9211. Seen 19 people, 20 people now. There's more than 20 people here, so a whole bunch of people here have yet to do it, but we'll get some in. Yeah. So we'll probably start in a couple of minutes' time. Just going to try and get all these people back, and then I'll be roping them in to also join. I believe there's 23 questions in total. And yeah, I've got a little bit of an announcement coming up of what you can actually win if you win the grand prize. So stay tuned. Getting started soon. Ruikku! Ruikku! Come on! No, just stop chatting. All right, everyone. There's definitely more than 23 people here, plus those at home, so whip out your phones, play.blookit.com, and then you put the number in the top. I believe there's Wi-Fi here as well, which you can join, so... What's that? Sure. More people want to get this to at least 35, I think. 42 would also be all right. Cool. So we'll start in a minute. So get your phones out, because once it has started, it is closed, and you can't join. Ruikku, have you joined? He hasn't. 28 people, that's pretty good. 29, nice. I think 35, I think we can get there. So we'll still give it another minute for those at home before we kick off the Hosky trivia. I think there's 23 questions in total. And if you haven't been incentivized yet, the winner is getting, a Hosky Keystone wallet. So, all right, let's see if more people join up now, hopefully. Yeah. And we'll just check that those at home can still hear me, because I kicked the microphone. So, still speaking into it here. Check. Whoop. Discard the clip. I was clipping it for some reason. Is that still coming through? Check 1 2 1 2. Can someone in the chat tell me if the audio is coming through? Hopefully it should be. Alrighty. There's probably multiple, actually. So I see in here Alpha Hosky, BKV, Biff, Bobski, Busy, CGH, Danksy, D's Nuts, Hosktory, Hosky 10, Lara. Yeah, I think you can. You might be able to. Leon, MP6 and Rob, not Hosky. Real Hosky is in here. Okay, interesting. Busy was up at the top, I think. Yeah, there we go. Ruikku, Cerf is here. Jkrobar, Woodsy, Simon, Tomo. Okay. Last chance, everyone. Okay. All right. We're waiting. We're waiting. One more minute. We could get to 40. People at home. 38, there we go. And we got one more coming at least, so hopefully 3 more people. 39. So is anyone here joined and they... So that Larry is here, is that you? No. Okay, we're 40, 41. Nice. We're getting there. Well, it's a good thing we're waiting. Someone was asking about that. Yeah, talk about marbles. Someone was saying this isn't a marble stream. We could maybe do it. Well, what I can do, I've logged in on my phone, so I can give you mine, and... Nah. It's fine. Okay. That's right. Yeah, you're Hosky 10.
Thank you, I'm Hosky 10.
Okay.
Oh, and allow me to put my nickname. The name was already taken. Okay, because it's you. It's taken by you.
Just use Hosky 10. All right, 47. We're closing it and we're starting. Here we go. So the rules are, click the button. What year was Hosky birthed? So also with this, it is time-based, and in terms if you click it quicker, your points will increase. Getting it right is most important as well. So try and get the balance between those. What year was Hosky birthed? 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023? Correct answer, 2021. 54% of you are struggling. So we got Woodsy on top, Simo, Cerf, Jkrobar, Public Enemy. Nice. So 49. So those points will change. Yeah. Here we go. Next question. Who is the host of the Hosky Poocast? We have Raffles, Busy, Seos, and Toba. Host of the Hosky Poocast. Famously only found in the Discord, but I do have the audio files. I might be able to make it into an actual podcast, Poocast. So we will try and do that at some point. It was Raffles. Raffles indeed. Half of you got it. So who's on top? Hosktory now. Jkrobar, Cerf, Schmack. Not Hosky. Okay, so that was the full standings at the yes. Next question. Which of these words occurs most frequently in the brown pauper? Yeah, I made this one a little bit hard. Doggo, token, Hosky, or meme. It's very close. There's only a couple of instances between them. So doggo, token, Hosky, or meme. Which occurs most frequently? It was token. Nice. There we go. Yeah, I think it was 8 times. According to Control F. I didn't actually go through and do it. Okay, next question's coming up. How much in USD is one Hosky worth? Type your answer. Type your answer into the box. In USD. In USD. That's the question. Is it the actual price?
And did you put the number 0 or did you spell 0?
Oh no, that's not good. That's not good. This happened once before. This happened once before where the thing stuffed up. And I'm afraid we might have to restart. Get rugged. Get rugged. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure. Yeah, I did. It's not doing anything. Sorry, everyone. We're gonna have to restart. This did happen once. This did happen once before. All right. Yeah, I'll have to restart it completely. This was the Hosky that I liked as well. So we're going to be doing speed round and yeah, restart, host now, and new number here as well. Apologies for those at home. Okay, no worries. Apologies.
This is fun though.
Yeah. So test run-throughs were about 1 in 3 times it'll stuff up. So
What is another dog? I became a wolf without even choosing.
so we'll wait. We'll try and get to 40. Did we have 50 people? Wow. All right. That's a lot of people. Dang. So remember, there is a prize for this. We will try this again. And fingers crossed it'll work. Fingers crossed. So play.blookit.com 2587931 for those at home as well. And hopefully you're watching the actual answers to the questions as well. So if anyone gets any of these first three wrong, Idjiot. Idjiot.
Wait, what was the most common word? Token.
Also, if you were watching the stream yesterday and even today, there was a couple of answers hinted at, I noticed already. So just try and remember, there'll be a couple of things popping up which have been already answered. So 36 people. We'll get to at least 42 and then we'll restart because there's probably a couple of people at home who might have clicked. I also haven't clicked back in as well. So we'll wait another 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then we'll kick it off again. Remember, Hosky Keystone Wallet, for those who win. If you win at home, it will be sent to you. So there's an incentive here, people. Okay, 40 people. I think we're going to start it again. And fingers crossed. Maybe this time we can do it rapid fire for the first questions. Here we go. Good luck, everyone. Here we go. That was pretty quick.
That's amazing, actually.
Now, I believe the answers even occur in the same place. So, there was still some wrong. There was still some wrong. Come on. Come on, people. Yeah, quick. All right, here we go. Next one coming up. Who was the host of the Hosky Poocast? It did move? Oh, no. Oh, no. Sorry, everyone. Get rugged. Get rugged. So the colors should stay in the same place, but the answer might move. Oh dear. Oh dear. All right. Hosktory right at the top, or for that round. Who's up? Public Enemy, still number one. Public Enemy number one. Third question. Which of these occurs most frequently in the brown pauper? Hosky, meme, doggo, or token? All right.
I guarantee some people are searching on Discord right now.
Yeah. So this is in the brown pauper in the actual PDF, or so not on Discord. Still quite a few wrong there. Yep. Yeah, I will. We'll see. We'll see. All right. So who's at the top? Some Cerf. Cerf is crushing it. All right. So this is this one, and we're just gonna hope it works. Gonna hope it works. How much in USD is one Hosky worth? Type your answer. All right. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please, booklet gods. Whoa. Two possible answers: 0 or 0. Typing either of those would have got you some points. Public Enemy, Busy, Woodsy, Hosky, and Varavas. All right, now we're getting into some more questions. When did Cardano Tipbot arrive to Hosky Discord? January 2021, January 2022, 2069, 2023. Were people saying like your thing not worked? Sorry everyone, I think. Can you rejoin? January 2022. Schmack, very quick there. Public Enemy, Busy, Woodsy, the Big Lahosky. Who designed the background for this NFT? Kyrin. Was it Dimilix? Was it the Big Lahosky? Or was it Vegas? The busy, busy background. Busy, busy, busy. Who designed this background? Now, we were actually talking about this last night. It was me. I designed it. I took the image from typing in office pixel art into Google and basically stole that. So thankfully it was changed to it. So hopefully we won't encounter any copyright issues. What was the first written comment in the Hosky Discord by Hosky? Rug me daddy. Announcement coming. Here for the memes or busy, busy. Should have pumped my glabs so much by now. I invested over 69 in this embarrassing shitcoin. And I want to talk to the manager. Where's my Lambo? I'm a serious investor and I feel like the projectors are not projecting good. No paid shills, no feces melting. It actually went much further down, but that's all it shows. It was here for the memes. Here for the memes. Yeah. Public Enemy. Busy, busy. The Big Lahosky, Woodsy, Schmack. All doing very well. All very well. But it's tight at the top. How many Husky rug pulls are there? Are there 23? Are there 27? Are there 69 420? Or are there 25? Should I announce that now? No? Okay. There'll be another little announcement coming towards the end. Woodsy, very fast. Very good, very good. We have a new leader, Woodsy. Public Enemies, falling down. Who was the winner of the first and last Hosky Idjiot Games? Was it Yachty? Was it Soccerrat? Jkrobar? Or Uday? Uday. Udi. It's Udi, is it? Udi. Winner of the last Hosky Idjiot Games. It was Yachty. Yachty was the winner. Woodsy, fast with the fingers, and I think that might take him to the top. With Schmack coming up right behind. These nuts too, making an appearance on the leaderboard. What is this fur trait called? Is this grey? Is this X-ray? Is this NSFW? Or is this ghost? I intentionally chose these to make it hard.
That was tricky. I was looking for something else.
Grey, X-ray, NSFW, or ghost. Did you get it right, Danksy? Danksy got it right. That's good. It's NSFW. Woodsy, very quick again. Very, very. So we got Biff, busy, busy. Schmack, Jkrobar. Here we go. We're halfway through almost. How many people are out there with a Hosky tattoo? 6.9, 3, 1, or 7. 6.9, 3, 1, or 7.
Actually, I might be wrong.
There's at least one person. There is at least one.
It's more than one.
But do we have more than one? Is the question. Drrrr. There's 3. 3 of them out there. How many in this room have a Hosky tattoo? Put your hand up. Just one. Just one in this room. We probably will have to showcase that on the stream again at some point. Which sex was the first one to list Hosky? Was it CoinStore? Was it Bitmart, Mexi, or Binance? Those playing at home, remember there's something up for grabs here. Hosky Keystone Wallet. If you get first place. All right, first to list, Mexi. Mexi, okay, decent joint. 61% people getting that one right. Ooh, Kyrin. Beat Woodsy. Now, there are some more tricky questions coming up, so
Some trick questions.
don't feel bad if you're a little bit behind at the moment. There are some trickier ones coming up. How many Hosky Crash Grabs NFTs were minted? We talked about this just before. No one should get this wrong. There is one answer. There is one serious answer. Yeah. Aye. It was 420. It was 420. Kyrin. It's very quick on the fingers. Starting to rise up. Woodsy's doing real well though. He's got a bit of a lead. What was Hosky originally named? Was it Cardoggo? Was it Attaboy? Was it Shit Token? Was it Huxley? I think this was mentioned before as well. So, was it Cardoggo, Shit Token, Attaboy, or Huxley? Huxley. It was Cardoggo. Attaboy was a tempting answer though. Tempting answer. 53% got that right. Hosktory. The quick answer. Love to see it. We're doing pretty well. I'm getting more nervous it's going to rug again. So it was good that I did it right at the start. What number is this pretty glab? Is it 107, 898? Is it 69, 420? Is it 30, 946? Or is it 1702? You might get surprised because all of those numbers relate to a glab with a yellow background with the gloss glasses. It is one of these numbers. Which one is it? Come on, people. It was 69, 420. It was 69, 420. Danksy. He knows the number of every glab. Next question coming up. Who was the artist of the gnome skis? Was it Phoniculum? Was it Busy? Was it Danksy? Was it the Big Hosky? The gnome skis, a ergo project, somewhat associated with Hosky. I believe they've rugged, maybe, I'm not sure. They're still in use. Who was the artist of these famous gnome skis? It was Phoniculum. I could never get myself to buy one or mint one. I just thought they were so ugly. so ugly. Woodsy still on top. Danksy, Jkrobar, the Big Hosky, and Biff. 7 more questions left. Which breed is Hosky Toscan's mascot inspired by? Come on, people. Husky, Poodle, Labrador, or Corgi? A lot of their answers before were 69, 420. And so when I put that as one, I was like, yeah. It was indeed Husky. It was Husky. Those at home, how are you going? Type it in the chat. We want to know. Cirrus Goose was quick with that one. Good to see. Woodsy still in front. But there's still time for him to make some mistakes. Which Hosky CG trait is rarer than its error? Is it blue laser glasses? Is it Viking hat? Is it Hero 2 hat? Or is it snowman mouth? One of these traits is rarer than its actual error. Which one is it? Not sure if it was on purpose or not. It was snowman mouth. Snowman mouth was the one. So if you have a snowman with the frowny or with the smile. Jkrobar first. Woodsy also quick. That's a commanding lead. There's still a couple of questions. Still a couple left. Here we go. Where was Bosky almost whooshed? Guess. Do we want to guess who wrote this question? Was it Paris Blockchain Week? Was it BookCon? Was it LATAM Economic Forum? Was it Cardano Summit 2023? Where was Bosky almost whooshed? Was that Paris Blockchain Week? Not Cardano Summit 2023. Woodsy knows his law. He's deep in the trenches. And cheating. No, he shouldn't be. Which couple met and got married in Hosky Discord? Was it Fries and Squimble? Was it Busy and Biggie? Was it Tom and Jerry? Was it Dimmer and Sayers? Is this going to turn into a wedding party? We shall see. In 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Get your answers in. It was fries and Squimble, but all answers are maybes in the future. We shall see.
Fill something.
Jkrobar in second place. 3 more questions. Which phrase has occurred most frequently in Hosky Discord? Hosky community is poor, D's nuts, rain me daddy, or dev hour? It was better before because it used to be dev hour and then D's nuts, so I'd read them out one after the other. Dev hour, D's nuts, rain me daddy, Hosky community is poor. 1 second left. It's D's nuts. It's D's nuts. Yeah. That was, I think 8,000 comments with that, and that's just the exact spelling, not including an extra E or anything else. 2 questions left. Which of the pools is not a Hosky rug pool? Kaizen 2, Hawak, Woof, or Refragus? Which of these is not a Hosky rug pool? I hear some rugging in the audience. The apps are... This is maybe why Kahoot is better, but Kahoot costs money. Kaizen 2. Last question coming up. Last question. Woodsy. I'm not sure that's catchable, but we'll try. Maybe if you're really fast. Last question here. Why is Hosky Summit 2025 in Gdańsk, Poland? Because they're cheaper here, but not really cheap actually. Because Prague was too hard to spell. Because Dimilix and Seyo are idiots. Because of huge Hosky fan base, aka Zero, located in Poland. There's actually 1 or 2.
All answers are possible.
All answers are possible. And you guys are correct. All answers were correct. Little gimme at the end there. Okay, we've got the final standings. Hosktory in 3rd, Jkrobar, but it's Woodsy. Congrats, Woodsy. Well done. Now, so where is Woodsy? Do you want to jump on the stream or maybe not? We can pass this out. Thank you.
Have you had?
Thank you, Woodsy.
Did you order yours or?
I have one. I might do something else with this.
So Woodsy already has one. So now we're going to jump into the report here and just have a little look-see at the Hosky trivia. We've got the leaderboard here. Woodsy, 91% correct. Jkrobar, Hosktory. Now, midway through, there was a little special announcement that whoever gets last place will also be gaining a Keystone wallet. So, we're scrolling down. Danksy, you did well, but you left early, unfortunately. So did Public Enemy. Sorry, Public Enemy. So we're going down here. Oh, God. I don't know what you want to do here. I guess Jinx, technically, because he's got red on the name. So Jinx will be walking away with a Hosky Keystone wallet as well.
The best part is, there was an account that I created and I couldn't log into it. because of this.
So the rugging is what has got Hosky. Well, that's there we go. Smurf accounts, they get banned. Hosky too. Goopit. Yeah, we'll see. We'll maybe have discussions afterwards on who deserves. So I think we're coming up now to the break. So we've got a 45-minute break coming up. Then we'll be back with interview with myself and Hosky with what are we doing? Quantum Hosky with Trym. Jkrobar's closing speech. And yeah, so everyone, enjoy yourself on the stream. There'll be a 45-minute break, little timer coming on as well.
NFTs, the latest news, each one unique, nothing to lose, but it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us here. Hold your 420, 420 tight, 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop. sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. one unique, nothing to lose, but it's not the thrill of the year. Just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose, but it's not the thrill of the year. Just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose, but it's not the thrill of the year. Just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice we'll convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice we'll convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice we'll convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice we'll convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice we'll convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us here. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose. But it's not the thrill of the year, just another way to keep us here. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. one unique, nothing to lose, but it's not the thrill of the year. Just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. 10K NFT is the latest news. Each one unique, nothing to lose, but it's not the thrill of the year. Just another way to keep us near. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. No sale, just a free drop. For holders, it's a non-stop. Worthless, useless, Hosky token. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Zombies, elementals, card I'll go to. 1-to-1 swap, something new. A 10K NFT just for you. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright. Hold your 420, 420 tight. 32 to 60, that's the right. Check your wallet, see your chance for a 10K airdrop dance. Snapshot date is on its way. 2 weeks notice will convey Hosky's news. Keep it inside. 10K NFT shining bright.
For those on the stream, let me refocus this correctly. That should hopefully look pretty good here. Let me just check.
Mic check 1 2.
Yeah. Check. Make that the background. Let's see how this appears on the stream. I will need to bring up. Actually. Hopefully not. No doxing going on here. What would? Yeah, I know.
I'm not going to spread it without
Here we go. Hosky trivia.
That's not my nature.
So what we need to do is jump over here. Okay. Everybody, seat please, seat please. And we're just checking that this is coming in. Sounds good. So, can you hear me here? Can you see me? Yep. All right, for those at home, we're just going to be doing a little housekeeping here, and then we'll jump into the actual Hosky podcast. Waiting for everyone to get to their seats.
It's hard to hurt idiots.
And then I'll jump over there, change the angle, make sure that's good. And yeah. Checking. Alright, looks like everyone's coming over. It is harder for idiots. Alright, looks like everyone is here. Cool. So just a tiny bit of housekeeping here before we kick off the Hosky interview podcast. So upon consultation, we've just had a look at who is the actual biggest idiot. And the only person who stayed, answered all the questions, and was the worst wrong is BKV. Was BKV here, or were they at home? So congrats, BKV. Congrats. We'll get a Hosky Keystone wallet to you at some point, so congrats. If you want to be on the stream and expose yourself, you can, but congrats. You are the biggest Idjiot. Just changing the stream up here to Hosky Mere Mortals, and we'll kick it off.
You are very tall.
Yeah, so I'm just changing the game overlay. Well, let me change that as well so the background looks a little bit better. Here we go. We want that one. We want that. And we want that. There we go. Awesome. Okay. Cool. And
You are much taller in person.
turn that. The camera is slightly tilted as well, so let me just quickly adjust that.
Just flip it upside down.
Yep. We'll do.
What?
Okay, so hopefully that looks good now. All right, everyone, we're going to start off the Mere Mortals Hosky podcast. So welcome, everyone, to another Conversations here. So for those who don't know, Hosky has actually been on the channel twice already. I can't remember. Do you remember how far apart they were, Hosky? No, I'll be looking all around.
I'm thinking it's been like over a year, maybe a year and a half since the last time. It's been a while.
It has been. It could even be 2 years because I think we did our first two rather quickly. So a lot has happened since then. If anything, I would say that Hosky has kind of grown up in some ways, although you're looking a lot smaller than
It's either
than
that or
before.
you're tall.
Yeah, I'm not that tall. There's tall people around. So I guess I wanted to ask, first of all, is you know, we talked a bit about the early days, how you first started with Vegas. We talked about the cash grabs. Probably the biggest thing that's happened since we last talked was the governance. So can you tell us a little bit about what you've been doing with governance, with Hosky and Cardano as a whole?
Governance, man, the bane of my existence. I know some people here will relate looking at Einstein right now. It's crazy. What started as a joke is still a joke, has had quite a bit of influence in the ecosystem. It's been quite a heavy weight overall. I'm a D-Rep, have 33 million ADA delegated as a D-Rep. Also have been serving in the Constitutional Council on Intersect. And as painful and time-consuming as that's been, I guess I'm a sucker for pain because I actually will be announcing it here in the next couple hours that I'll be running in a council along with a great group of Cardano OGs. I guess this is the first time we're going to I'll say the names. We posted cryptic tweets a few days ago. It's Sam Lathers from IO, Nico Cerny from Cardano Foundation. We have Ken Ladd, who's been actively participating in governance, is also a lawyer. We have also Adam Rush, who's currently on the board of Intersect. And the name of the crew is going to be the ACE Alliance. But I've mentioned 4 aces, and we decided we're going to add a joker to it. And that would happen to be Hosky. So
okay.
This is the first, I guess, official time that we've discussed this. But yeah, I think governance is important, right? Like I never thought myself, or I think anybody, that we could have a say in what happens on a blockchain. And I start to look at Cardano more like a government than anything else, like a digital nation. I think it's been referred to by many. And I'm starting to see that, and it's crazy the amount of man hours, dog hours, whatever you want to call it, that go into it. And it's a very thankless work that has to be done. You spend hours writing rationales for people to judge based on the either yes, no, or abstain without actually reading the rationale. I think that's been the most frustrating thing of everything. I've been chair for the Interstate Council during the budget process that's been happening over the last 7 weeks, which has been awful, to say the least. And I don't mean that negatively. It's been awful because it's been a lot of work. But it's been great. I mean, the fact that as a community we have a say in what happens with Cardano is, I think, a huge milestone. And it's a baby. It's an infant. We're still growing. We're still learning. All of the entities have officially stated that they will no longer seek re-election in the Constitutional Committee, which means that literally Cardano is in our hands, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Yep, that's super cool. So for those who are maybe like not as deep into the weeds of governance and politics, I'll put my hands up here. I actively try and avoid all of the things that you just described for the torture and torment. What would be like the biggest changes that you think could come of this to Cardano, to the decisions, I guess, what decisions will be made perhaps in the near future?
So when it comes to governance, ideally anybody, an ADA holder, can submit a proposal on chain, pending that you crowdsource 100,000 ADA to submit a proposal, whether that is proposing a net change limit, which kind of sets a spending top for the year. Think of it as a budget in a way. There's also the budget actions, which, within the NCL that you set, you're able to request funding from the Treasury, which I think it's 1.5 billion ADA, which that's a big number. Now, if it wasn't for Hosky, I wouldn't know how big of a number it is, but because we're dealing in quadrillions, I'm a little more familiar with billions. And so ideally anything, if you want a parameter change, like one of the early debates that I think got Hosky on the map was the discussion around single stake pool operators and the K parameter, which has been set to 500 forever, even though there was mention that the K was going to be increased to 1,000. That has yet to happen, which I think is it's likely to be one of the few things that can happen. So if you want to change something on the chain, if you want to request funds from the treasury, there's just so many things that can be done. Again, granted, you have the 100,000 ADA deposit. Again, that's just built to prevent spam.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. And we know a lot about spam. With, I guess, the decisions that also go into that, how do you go about, is it sort of like an individual by individual basis that you'll, because you're, for example, my DREP, and which, I'm giving my responsibility to you in some shape or form. Do you have a thesis, like a Hosky thesis that you want to I was going to say enforce, that's too strong.
Strict.
To put your voice in?
So it's kind of funny because I'm currently sitting as a DREP and ICC. And there's been times where as a DREP, I agree or disagree with something, but as a constitutional committee member, I literally take the complete opposite because it is either constitutional or it isn't. Whether I like it or not, that's not what matters. Whether my delegates say, hey, this is what I think we should do, doesn't matter. It comes down to, is this constitutional? It's either yes or no, even if I hate it.
Yep.
And I can say that governance has actually taken up a lot of time from me, from the DREP side. Not as much. It's been the constitutional work, to the point where even my participation in the Hosky Discord has drastically decreased over the last, I want to say, like 8 weeks, which is when I've been dealing with the chair for Intersect.
Yep.
And I didn't expect it to be a full-time job, but I like it and I hate it. It's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah.
It's necessary, and I've had discussions with Einstein and a few others, like, if we don't do it, then who else is going to do it? If we don't have people who care about the Cardano community, then who are we going to let try to run the show? And it's been a great experience. I am also adding to my resume constitutional scholar, just as an FYI, because
that's pretty good.
I mean, I am now a constitutional scholar. So yeah, it's difficult at times to separate your personal feelings and emotions from trying to gauge the wider audience interest and how something benefits the entire ecosystem. I think on my platform, I basically said I want to be financially conservative, meaning I don't think we should blow through the budget or as soon as possible. But I also think that we need to spend a little bit more than the nothing we've been spending on marketing on the Cardano side. I think there's been a lot of people that have been working countless hours for Cardano that are not getting paid, especially in governance. We had a discussion earlier about, hey, what do you think about people getting paid to participate in governance? I'm like, personally, whether there is pay or not, I'm going to participate. So to me, that doesn't matter. But I know that there's a lot of people that aren't in the same situation that I am, where I still have a corporate job that I do. I have Hosky to work on, and then the government. So I think it's important to look at the wider ecosystem and the needs of people. And I think if you want people to do good work, you should probably reward them for doing the work. So it's a lot of juggling things in my head. I wish I could go back to the days where the only interaction I had on Twitter was getting on Twitter Spaces and playing a bark track.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Boy, those days were amazing. More memes and less governance was fun, but somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, for sure. In Australia, we had elections recently, and one thing that we've always had, well, not always had, but for a long time has been, if you don't vote in Australia, you incur a small fine. I think it's $20, something like that. And I was chatting with an American friend of mine, and he was like horrified. He was like, oh, like this is it should be complete, like free will all the way. Like there should be no incentives, nothing like that. And I find the funny thing is like, there's just so many different forms of governments across the world. And then now we're trying this digital version, and it's going to be really interesting seeing how it plays out in the next, hopefully decades with all of these things, and what ends up being sustainable, what are failures, and yeah, I think the thing that's needed is people participating to do it. Do you need to participate in every single, tiny little thing? Also no. So it's a very tricky balance. And this is just, I guess, like human behavior and things like this. You mentioned it's taking up a lot of your time, and I'm pretty sure this has occurred before, certainly with Hosky, and you've absolutely got a life outside of it as well. What do you find the biggest, I guess, like drain on your time now? And maybe not drain, what do you enjoy spending time on? We'll focus mostly on the Hosky side of things, working on projects, on interacting, on being on Twitter, Discord, like what brings you joy with Hosky?
The community. Again, there's people here from all over the world, which, again, the question I've been asking this entire time is why? Why did you come to Poland? And why Hosky of all things? I've had a few people that have told me, this is my first ever crypto event. I'm like, but why Hosky? And I was having a conversation, got a message from somebody, and they're like, hey, how's the conference going? They called it a conference, so you can assume who it was. And I'm like, it's been great. It's the Hosky community is very unique in a sense that, I don't think I've heard anybody talk about price or pumping or getting rich or anything like that. It's been very relaxed. It's been very stress-free. It's one of the few communities that I've been in that just kind of, as much as we pride ourselves in being called idiots, it's quite a diverse group of people. We have people that are extremely intelligent. We have people with PhDs. We also have literal idiots, but it's okay because we fit right into. I fit right in there.
Yeah. BKV, shout out.
But it's the community that makes Hosky what it is, and it's what's brought me joy. We have a channel that's carried on from the beginning, which is share your real doggos, and that still puts a smile on my face. People just post their pets. It's always been my favorite. I almost banned a few people for spamming in there a few times. And it's one of the channels that I go back every now and then just to see animals because they're cute and cuddly and stuff. But yeah, I think the community has been the biggest driving force. I've had people come up to and be like, thanks for the de-repping you do for us because I know it's a lot of work. And it is. It's very time consuming. You ask what's taking up most of your time right now. It's currently the ICC responsibilities, mainly because of the amount of work that goes behind from everybody participating. I wish I had more time to go back to just straight memes.
Yeah.
Those days are long gone. Like you said, Hosky has grown up, and it's turned into a bigger responsibility, and I think it's Uncle Ben or Aunt, whatever, with great power comes great responsibility. Yeah, it can be pretty draining.
Yeah. It certainly is a long day from the first message being here for the memes on on Discord. With some of those responsibilities and things like this, what kind of reach out do you get from people? And I maybe think like serious people or entities, because we're all here just individuals. We can make the choice of whether we want to participate or not. If we find it funny, if you want to turn it into a moon boy sort of thing, which thankfully not many people do. What kind of things, as it's gotten more serious, do you start to see in your inbox now from all the various branches that represent Cardano?
It's funny because I think that one of the biggest successes for Hosky overall is a lot of the entities don't see it as a liability because we're not talking price, we're not talking fake promises that we cannot keep. I mean, it's hard to keep the promise of zero, believe it or not. So I don't know why projects try to promise gains because it's very difficult. I mean, I get stuff in my inbox from delegates, whether it's their complaints or their feelings, their thoughts on what's going on, whether it's a particular action. I've had a few of those hit my inbox. Just recently, I got a message from Cardano Foundation in regards to the work we're doing with the refugees pool, which we support, that people willingly sacrifice their ADA to get Hosky, which again, why? But it's part of that actually. The pool, I think, was sitting at 7 million ADA, and almost half of that came from the Hosky community.
Yep.
When they joined, the community delegated over 3 million, I think 2.8 million, so not over. Math is not my strong suit, by the way. So I got a message saying, hey, just as a heads up, we're about to publish something in regards to the support that Hosky has given to the refugees. And because of that, we actually had Cardano, the Cardano staking with WRFGS listed on like an actual like exchange for securities. So you can donate your rewards. Obviously, they don't mention that you can get Hosky for doing it, but if somebody wants to donate via staking, they have that ability, which it's crazy to see things that have come out of, Hosky, from USDM. We were, when Catalyst said no, we said, okay, we'll take a shot and let's see what we can do with it. And it's just a lot of, I want to say the more serious stuff that's not as fun as just memes, but I think that's necessary. Like one of my things with Hosky has always been, what can I do for the community? What can I do for Cardano? Not what can I get out of Cardano?
Yeah, absolutely. Which I guess gets us onto some of the when questions. So I've got a little list here.
I know what the first one is already. When K.
When K, when site, when 10K, when Glab utility, when zero, when quantum Hosky, when Hosky AI agent, when Hosky governance, when shed, when pump, when dump, when roast spice and rump, when poo bag unboxing, when Hoskyverse, when coloring book. Do you have any answers to any of these?
No.
I'm sure
question,
there's more.
I will ask the same question is when.
Yep.
I will answer it with a question, when.
Oh, this is getting deep. Is this is
when
Hosky?
quantum Hosky?
Yeah.
We haven't looked in the box yet, so only Trym can answer that question.
Yeah,
I still don't believe quantum Hosky is real, by the way. I think it's all made up.
It's all big psyop.
Yeah, it's a psyop. Charles and Trym are in on it.
Oh, that's funny. I guess, so we're talking about, Hosky's more serious now, but kind of future looking forward. Are you not concerned, but aware of perhaps it becoming too serious and it turning into something which, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe the need for Hosky is diminished, but I know certainly a lot of people would be saddened if it got too serious. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't want it to get too serious. I think that there's times where being serious is required, but sometimes some of the questions and or comments on Twitter are so stupid that the only answer is, sir, this is a Wendy's.
Yeah.
So the memes will continue. Now, if there's some serious discussion that needs to happen, obviously I do try to, if it's a serious discussion, try to keep it serious. But when people are just trolling or being dumb, the trolling will continue. I still find it funny that when I post stuff that's calling out projects every now and then, not as often, people get extremely mad. The same people were cheering just 2 weeks before because it was not a project that they held or whatever the case may be. It's just silly tribalism within the communities that I think is kind of the problem right now. But I don't want it to get too serious. I've debated creating a separate account for the more serious things, possibly including up to doxing, which I don't think I'm ready for. I don't think that's ever going to happen. It might just be a separate profile. But I do want to do, now that I'm kind of taking a bit of a step back, I plan to pump the memes more and less of the serious stuff, unless required.
Pump the glabs. Pump the
memes.
With, I guess, future of Hosky kind of being up in the air in that respect. And what I've always really enjoyed about Hosky has been the balance that you find, I guess, personally, and then probably even as a community, that balance between, okay, it is serious, but it also is also fun. And I think you need those both elements to really have people come along for a ride and to stick around. Kind of like when I was saying in the panel discussion, like there is something about Hosky that I feel just drags people in, and I don't know how you describe it. Gets under the fingernails. Maybe it's the poo.
We drag them in with memes, and then we educate them on what Cardano is. I mean, like since the beginning, you come in for the memes, you participate in the doggy bowl, transaction records that are still held to this day, 4 years later. 1 million for the first time on Cardano for a single epic.
Yep.
Epic 302, and then 304 had the record broken again with 1.5 million. Those numbers have not been hit yet on the chain, and with technologies like Hydra and things like that, Mithril that's being worked on, technically speaking, is going to make it harder to hit those numbers because all these transactions are going to be handled not directly on the chain, which is ironic if those records remain a decade from now. Did I think they would still be there after 4 years? No, but they're still there. The next closest one was Sunday Swap launch, and that was only 800,000 transactions. So it's surreal. At one point, Hosky was responsible for like 10% of all transactions on Cardano. Also ridiculous. I think we're down to like 7 or 8%. Again, all from the early days. So I think it's important to drag them in with the memes, but I think it's more important to make them active participants in what's important. We've always focused on decentralization. We started with supporting a few stake pools. We are now up to 25 pools that are supported. If anybody asks me what's the best thing that's come out of Hosky, it's that. It's pools that were not minting blocks, now minting blocks. Pools that had 20, 30, 40,000 ADA sitting in 2-3 million ADA at the moment. Some have reached 40, 50 million. And that's been, I think, the greatest accomplishment. And it's just, supporting the little guy. At one point in time, there was SPO debates of the multi-poolers versus the small pools, jumped straight in that head first, made a lot of enemies, made a lot of friends from those enemies. It's just part of government in a way. And again, I think it's important if we bring them on to also educate them on what's important. Decentralization was big, it still is big, and now participating in governance is definitely, I think, the next step.
Okay, awesome. I think that's probably a pretty good place to end it, to be honest. A call out for everyone to participate as well, whether it be in the smallest form of, participating with Hosky and jumping around, or, the next steps of assigning a D-rep or even jumping even further in. So
become your own D-rep. If you have the time, it takes 500 ADA deposit you can get back. Like, if you don't want to delegate to a D-rep, you don't have to. You can be your own D-rep. You get to vote. You can vote on your own. Like, you don't have to delegate to me or any other D-rep. Just become your own D-rep. Like, I encourage everybody to participate. And if you have the time, just sign up, become a D-rep, and be active. You may say, well, my small amount of ADA isn't going to make a difference. But if you have the voting power and you're not using it, then what's the point?
Yep, absolutely. Cool. All right, everyone. A round of applause for Hosky. Thanks. And I believe coming up next is Trym, but I think Lara might be doing the introduction if she is around. No? She has stepped out? Okay. Well, I'll let Trym hit the stage and tell us about Quantum Hosky. Which one?
It's the history first.
Oh, is it? Okay, sorry. Hosky history presentation first then. Now this one, I'll let you know, we had some audio issues. So those at home will be able to hear the videos, those here won't. So you're gonna have to make noises for the videos to try and do that. or everyone turn on their phone and and listen. Yeah? What's that? All right, let's see how this goes. Yeah. Give me a second to just bring up the screen.
One of the videos is like a minute long. And music is playing. Okay. We're ready. Okay. Hello again. For the next 20 minutes or so, we will take a trip down memory lane. Let us rejoice in the good, the bad, and the ridiculousness that is Hosky. If I miss one of your favorite Hosky memories, feel free to share with us at the end. If you're watching the stream, ping me on the Discord, and if you share anything good, I'll read it out loud. It would be pretty on brand for me to leave out something important in this presentation. How it started. I was late to the Hosky party. I did not hold Hosky or own a cash grab NFT until the Christmas traits were released in December of 2021. Before the token launch, the project was set to be named Cardago, if you missed that earlier in trivia. Another project already using a similar name reached out to the team. The community was given the opportunity to vote for a new name. The choices, Attaboy and Hosky. The rest, unfortunately, is not history. Hosky token officially launched November 5th of 2021, which also happens to be the Big Bosky's birthday. The Doggy Bowl opened a couple of days later on the 7th. The message, reminder, we bring absolutely nothing other than low quality memes, no financial value, no promises of massive gains, no mind-beagling technology, just doggo memes. The Hosky Doggy Bowl was a legendary and entertaining way for the community to collect random piles of worthless Hosky tokens. The Doggy Bowl was a vending machine where you could send 2 ADA, and in return, you would get back around 1.7 ADA and a random amount of Hosky. The Doggy Bowl set record-breaking transactions, as you've already heard. 1 million in a single epoch 302. The team paused the bowl for a couple of downgrades on November 16th of 2021. The Doggy Bowl reopened on November 21st at the beginning of Epoch 304. The new record of 1.5 million transactions occurred during this epoch. These records have only been matched by Doom recording on a Hydra head. The Doggy Bowl is cemented as a historic part of Cardano history. Equally noteworthy, Hosky made his first Twitter space appearance in November of 2021 also. There is barking for those. There it is.
Sorry, I'll replay that.
All right, we probably can move on. This one doesn't have sound, so. Hosky Cash Grab NFTs first became available December 1st of 2021. Cash Grabs are a 420,420 NFT collection that can be staked to Hosky rug pools to earn free Hosky token. The NFTs were available for minting at 6.9 ADA. Setting this low barrier of entry onboarded many to Cardano. Those pixelated dogs onboarded me at least. They are designed clearly to appeal to the most refined art collectors. Thanks again, Danksy and the Big Hosky. I'm going to talk over it. You can press play. What's a rug pool? Hosky supports 25 single pool operators by rewarding folks who stake cash grab, NFTs, and or ADA with free Hosky token. Our friend Charles featured the Hosky rug pools in a celebration dance for the Cheng hard fork last August. I'll pause for you to enjoy. You can note the stake pools featured here. You can also feel free to dance, bounce in your seat, or just do the dance, left, right. No one, okay. Hosky added the final 2 rug pools since this video was made. By a community vote and a tight race, Malu and Easy One were added to the family this past January. Weed Stake Pool was a runner-up in the community vote and was just recently added to the rug pool crew when Itza announced their pool retirement earlier this month. I don't want to miss one of the rug pool features, so I'll pause again.
And sorry, I was wrong. It's the people at home who can't hear the audio.
Oh, bummer. Well, wish you were here. All right, that's good. At the end of November in 2021, Vegas over-refunded 25,000 ADA. The folks who were kind enough to return the ADA were rewarded with a one-of-one Zomboski NFT. These NFTs will also reward the owners with something special for the 10K airdrop. I'm not jealous at all. Where is he? The Hosky Discord has a few memorable moments, worth mentioning. Take it, bro. Alpha Hosky's account was hacked in January of 2022, offering users free nitro through DMs. He was temporarily fired from his mod duties, whatever those are. Gnomeskis were available for mint in February of 2022, offering a boost in rewards for matching rug pool traits. 69 shades of rug minted for 99 ADA. They are 2,300 of the original collection and 350 of the specials, which were airdropped to holders. The infamous shitties were available later that year in May. Idiots chased these by pulling 10 packs of cash grabs and speculating the timing of the next shitty mint. This marks the time when I really learned what degenning was all about. I have a memory of one very early Saturday morning, my time. Only myself and Europe were awake in Discord, so it seemed. Degen chat knew we were due for a shitty. Who says that? All right. So I minted 10 packs 5 times in a row over the course of maybe 30 minutes. And I thought I was going nuts until the others in chat revealed how many times they pulled. That shitty ended up going to Fofo. And I learned, famous, yes, and I learned a valuable lesson about shitty hunting. Ink Me Daddy. Crowdfunding started in May of 2022 for the very first Hosky tattoo. Dima said that he'd always wanted a tattoo but never got one. Ink Me Daddy's supporters could either tip Dima Hosky in the Discord or send to a wallet address posted on Twitter. Dima gets the Hosky tattoo in July of 2022, permanently marking him as the biggest idiot of us all. When Marbles. Marbles is an interactive game on Steam and has become a favorite of Degen's in the Hosky Discord. The Big Hosky streams the Marbles game on his Twitch account while giving us a play-by-play of the action. Next. We'll see how this goes. There's no sound, though.
Perfect.
Wonderful.
Yeah, they're taking a little while to load.
No
Let's
big
see.
deal.
Here we go.
It took me a while to find these videos. Okay, cool, kind of. Anyway, you get the idea. Hosky token has been awarded to the user's marble, who finished first, last, and random numbers in between. I remember, actually, this is not, but I remember one marbles game, Libigla Hosky asked me to pick a number, and it was a really, really hard map, and I said, I think I picked whoever places 9th, but everyone's marble died before it made the finish line, so there was no number 9. Anyway, the winning community member can then expect to be pressured to rain their awards by the Hosky community. We all spam. You can keep it, or you can rain it. It's totally up to you. I'm not sure who threw the first sticker, but Spuds made the Hosky stickering from Djens famous when he tagged Charles at Rare Bloom in 2022. Over the last 3 years, thousands of folks have left crypto meetups with Hosky stickers found on their backs, under their shoe, in various bags, and still hanging on, after a load of laundry. The Cardano and Hosky community became racing fans beginning in 2022. Thanks to Bonepool's dedication to promoting Cardano, a unique bond between Cardano and the racing community exists. The Cardano and Hosky logo have been seen at races all over the US. Bonepool helped promote Cardano projects and builders by offering ad space on the Cardano race car. We'll go next, and there's a video. The sound on this one's really important, folks at home. It doesn't happen quite yet. The Cardano race car was called Hosky 10 when the announcer misread the I.O. from the website at Valley Star Credit Union 300 in Martinsville, September of 2022. I think it's coming up. I think a couple minutes.
So we're taking a look at the one car here. Get ready to come to pit road. On pit road as we speak. So Trent Barnes and the one's going to come to the attention of his team here down on pit road. So we'll see how that works out. The Hosky 10 machine.
There it is. The Hosky Discord community watched this race together, and we could not get enough of these announcers. Hosky went on to sponsor Trent Barnes for the NASCAR Martinsville Valley Star 300 and attended the race in September of 2023. Race attendees received Hosky stickers, Hosky merch, and of course, a chance to meet the mascot. There's something's missing, but it's okay. The 420,420 cash grab NFT collection minted out in just about 11 months. They probably would have minted out faster if the team never paused the printer. The infamous number 420, not seen here. It's a GIF. Oh, is it? No, it's supposed to be a GIF in the middle that comes up, like the print out of ink. It's okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. The infamous number, okay, I said that. I'll say it again. The infamous number 420, not seen here, was won through a complicated duck race Discord contest which selected a random cash grabs wallet. Remember, there are 420,420 cash grabs floating around in various wallets. The more you held, the better chance you had to win, in theory. The winning wallet is unstaked, only holds 10 other Hosky cash grab NFTs, and about 8 ADA. We don't know who owns this wallet. Naturally, we are all very envious. If you could see the NFT, you'd see why. That's good. In May of 2023, Hosky launches a meme coin, or meme token, shit, for educational purposes. And it backfires. He basically rugged himself. If your wallet is verified in the Hosky Discord and that wallet holds shit token, you receive the exit liquidity roll. Many of us still wear this roll as a badge of disgrace to this day. It wouldn't be a Cardano event without Hosky. Someone kind of important said at NFTLV in 2023. With stickers, plushies, cute hats, and of course, the lovable mascot, Hosky has made crypto meetups fun for the whole family. Meanwhile, Hosky is also onboarding new Cardano users with the proof of onboarding protocol at many of these events. Speaking of POO, or proof of onboarding, Hosky received funding in Project Catalyst Fund 11. The proof of onboarding protocol allows users to scan and create quick Cardano wallet, receive drop of Cardano native assets in around 60 seconds. Poo offers the community a user-friendly Cardano onboarding process and an engaging marketing tool for both crypto and non-crypto events. The Poo cards had a pretty good redeem rate for a non-crypto event at the race Hosky attended I mentioned earlier. Speaking of Poo again, these Hosky mystery accessory NFTs were gifted to folks who scanned the QR code at Edinburgh's 1694 workshop, Rare Evo, NFT LV, and the Cardano Summit in 2023. We are all still waiting to see what's in the bag. Some speculation up there. There's no sound on this one. Or video. I tease. Excuse me. Hosky has graced the stage, as I mentioned earlier, at the Cardano Summit 3 years in a row to collect the NFT Project Award. There we go. The Cardano Foundation asked the community to nominate their favorite people and project, and later has the Cardano community vote for each category. Look at him go. That's probably good. We can skip to the next. I guess building a strong community, emphasizing transparency and education rather than hype and Lambos has its perks. It is always funny every year when a few Cardano degens get salty on Twitter and call the vote rigged while having no idea that the community votes, or sometimes they don't know who the Cardano Foundation is. Is the Hosky Discord, oh, bummer. That says, degens find love in the Hosky Discord. Is the Hosky Discord also a dating site? Joining the Hosky Discord led to wedding bells for 2 Discord members. And I'm not surprised. You've heard how many times in this room the word community has been spoken. I consider many folks in the Hosky Discord my friends and chat with them daily. While this love story is not my story to tell, one of the lovers had to move to a new country. Hosky Discord chat was presented as legal documents for the move in marriage. Congratulations, Fries, Freeze, I never know still, Freeze or Fries, and Squimble. This is truly a love story for the books. Or, Squimble, blink twice in the Discord if you were kidnapped and you need help. Hosky does Cardano governance and educates degens along the way. As mentioned, Hosky serves on the Constitutional Committee, where he helps review and vote on governance actions while advocating for decentralization and transparency. Hosky was funded by Intersect to lead DREP Pioneer workshops to help grow participation. But it's more than that. Hosky routinely participates in discussions across Discord, Twitter, governance forums, and Intersect channels, prioritizing Cardano's values by pushing for open communication, community representation, and practical education that leads to actual chain usage. Need Hosky's DREP ID? It's DREP 1YF2JZ HUCF4F. I won't do it. I thought I was going to be able to get through it.
Are you dyslexic?
What's that?
Dyslexic.
No. I was going to read the whole DREP ID, and it was funnier in my head, I think. We can go on. Thank you. Appreciate that. Here's another way Hosky shows up for the community. In September of 2024, an OG Discord member, Johnny Quest, was scammed and his wallet was drained. After sharing his experience in the Hosky Discord, Hosky set up a donation wallet. Many folks generously donated cash grab, NFTs, Hosky token, and ADA. Folks who had received rare cash grab NFTs through collection offers from the thief returned them to the rightful owner. This community shows up for each other, and it's truly a beautiful thing to witness. JQ was reminded about crypto safety and security, but was never lectured or ridiculed for his mistake. He was really touched when Hosky turned over his brand new wallet. That's definitely one of my favorites. This again. I suppose I'll let our next speaker elaborate on this. A unique gaming world, geometry, dish brains, proof of attendance, blah, blah, blah. All right. So, the first Degen tour was inspired by Koaz, creator of the Hosky Cash Grab NFT ranking algorithm. Koaz was attending a conference. I actually don't know how to say, I never say people's Discord names out loud very often. Was attending a conference in Berlin, and thanks to Dima and Seos' threats to dox him, 6 Degens met up in Berlin. The first meetup included Christmas markets, Irish pubs, Dave's homemade beer and sausage, and karaoke. On the final night, Hosky sponsored a night out at the infamous Klo bar. Klo means toilet in German. I'm told, I don't know. The second Degen tour location was put to a Discord vote and took place in Amsterdam in 2024. Activities included bowling, laser tag, and go-karting. Dave brought his homemade sausages again. The group tried goat cuddling, which sounds so relaxing. They visited a beach in Zandvoort and finished with a fancy dinner, also sponsored by Hosky. Unfortunately, there will not be a Degen Tour 2025. 2025 is the year we join together for the first Hosky Summit. Yay! This event could not have happened without idiots like you. And of course, the hard work of Seos and Dima. Let's bark or boo together. Give them a hind leg ovation, a round of applause, shall we? No one stood up. Sorry. So I'm just gonna turn it over. Does anyone have a Hosky Discord memory that I missed that you would like to share? I'm gonna check pings in the Discord as well and see if anyone... Oh, well, I guess that's another pastime we do enjoy, Hosky Discord spam. All right, well, I think that's my time. Thanks, guys. All right, and up next we have a Quantum Hosky presentation with our good friend Trym, who graciously brought a bunch of green glasses for the community here as well. I'll turn it over. Are we taking a 5 or no? No. Okay, great. See ya.
Nice.
Awesome.
Well, thank you very much.
And just bring the whiteboard over to the
Oh, can I just...
Nice. Is it just decentralized? Perfect. Yeah. There we go. All right. So hello, and thank you for hosting this event. It's been amazing. I really like getting together. It's something quite different than just hanging out in the Discord, and even the different summits and events, Rare Evo, where there's a Hosky booth. It's always really fun to go there. But it's something special when it's like everyone here, it's all Hosky, and like anything else is kind of the outsider rather than the other way around. Speaking of actually opposites, Quantum Hosky. It is it's a bit of a project. It's a strange one. It's a project with a lot of opposites, actually. On the one side, you have Hosky, which is absolutely zero value, just poor quality memes, and like a good community, but like honestly just a bunch of guys hanging out. On the other side, you have some really crazy tech that belongs in the future, but it's somehow here already, and we're looking to somehow try and merge these opposites, like oil and water in a way, but we'll find a way to emulsify them into mayonnaise. So Quantum Hosky, it started out as the backup plan. Then it was a plan that was refined when Charles was thinking about Hosky in the shower. As all good things start. It is a really crazy thing. Like I always struggle to explain it because there's just so many things. Like even with whatever time I have at my disposal, I'm only going to be able to scratch the surface because there's just so much to this thing. And I'm so excited about having the opportunity to try it out and it's one of those hand in glove moments where it feels almost like this project was made for me, and there are a lot of reasons why. So to start off, one of the bases of Quantum Hosky actually has to do with what we call the 5 pillars of the 21st century. Now, I'm not going to spend too long going into those, but it is slightly interesting, so I'll spend just a second on them. So, there we go. A little bit of a rug there in the middle. So there are 5 pillars of the 21st century, as we estimate it now. And the pillars are what we call exponential technologies. This is stuff where you do a little bit of research, you put a little bit of effort in, and you get a lot out. Whereas a lot of traditional industries, you have to put a lot in to get a lot out, and if you only put a little in, you don't get anything. Whereas the exponential technologies have really the opportunity to revolutionize things and really define the 21st century in a similar way that coal power and the industrial revolution defined the 19th century, and aerospace engineering and the atomic or the invention of nuclear, the internet and computers really kind of defined the 20th. So what are some of these? I'll just label a couple of them and I'll tell kind of how they come along. So I'll start with the least relevant first for the Quantum Hosky thing, and I'll move as we go down. So the first one is nanotechnology. So if you work with nanotechnology, the applications of this tech is endless. Like you can imagine, if you have something like nanotech, there's so many use cases in medical science, in industrial science. There's things across the board that would really revolutionize the way that we live in the world. So that's one exponential technology. Another one that we're pretty familiar with is blockchain. Now, blockchain is, in my opinion, what was really needed even before the internet. We started doing things via the telecommunications. So phone lines is one thing, but even the telegrams before that. When we started moving information back and forth and sort of arranging our lives in that manner, we moved into sort of an information space, and blockchain is really an important thing when all we're doing is moving information back and forth. How do you do trust in an environment like that when you can copy stuff? You can, there's a fundamental problem there that we're all living in through the Web 2 world. The introduction of blockchain solves a lot of those things, so I think it's going to be integral to how we sort of exist on the internet. Some of the other ones. Synthetic biology. We've experienced some of this, but for the blockchain or for the Quantum Hosky project, we're actually going to be doing some interesting work with synthetic biology. You've probably seen, the woolly mouse and the gray wolf that they sort of de-extincted through synthetic biology. Really, really incredible field. It has so much potential, and synthetic biology can do more than that. You can actually kind of change plants to start glowing in the dark. You can do a lot of different things. Like you can pull threads from different species and put them into other ones. You can get like glowing spider silk is another one that I saw pretty recently. So synthetic biology has a lot of potential. Let's see. artificial intelligence is one that I think everyone is probably a little bit unfamiliar with in this crowd, because it has the word, very well spelled word, intelligence in it. So it's quite kind of far away from our daily world. But you've seen all of the implications that this technology has. The zeroth entry is obviously Hosky, which is here for some reason. I would maybe, like, in parentheses, like memes in general is a pretty effective technology. And then the last one is quantum computing. The quantum technology is super weird. It has all of these, strange phenomena that no one can really explain. And when you put that into computing, you get some really wild results. You've probably heard about, the ability to break cryptography, the ability to do, like a billion different types of computations in parallel or at once, and like kind of settle on the end state. Like, there's so many weird things with quantum computing that's just also going to be probably shaping the way that we especially interact with the online world, because all of the security that we've been doing so far has been like cryptography and whatever. Like, quantum computing comes in and just like takes a sledgehammer to all of that. So how do we like move past that? How do we get moved into something that is like post-quantum? So these 5 pillars, let me see if I can do a little on-the-spot drawing here. I'm usually pretty good at drawing, but I'll see if I can do this one. Okay, so we have 5 pillars, and then we have like a little dog here for some reason. That is a, yes, exactly, that is actually a fish. There we go. So we have 5 pillars and a fish. Now, the interesting things about these technologies, like, they're pretty cool on their own, but what's really cool is when you start building bridges between them, and when you start like actually building stuff on top of these pillars. And that is actually what Quantum Hosky is. It's an attempt to bring together blockchain, synthetic biology, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and memes in a somewhat coherent package, and try and like get all of this stuff to work. That's what Quantum Hosky is. So there are a couple of questions. I think the biggest one, the most frequent one that I get is, when? To answer this, I don't know. We have to open the box to figure out. It's in a kind of a superposition at the moment. I have some ideas of when it might come out. I have a pretty ambitious plan, but plans change. Things take more time, and we're working with very young technology that isn't particularly proven. And it's a very complex project, and it may not even materialize at all. If there is a when, it's between now, the heat death of the universe, and sometime after this, when the website actually comes out. So probably somewhere in here, maybe. This is the closest thing to an answer I have there for the when. The more important question is why. I kind of explained that a little bit with, it's bringing all of these things together in a pretty fun way. And like, what do you do with this? Like, okay, it's a lot of words, it's a lot of technical stuff, it's a lot of, just like abstract concepts that we can go a little bit further into. But like, what is this thing? When you like, it's kind of like an octopus. Like, you're trying to it's wiggling around, and you're like trying to figure out what is this thing. Well, I think it's going to be, this is why Hosky is so key to this concept. Because all of this tech stuff without Hosky is just kind of an empty tech thing. It's a white paper, right? Like, it's a protocol that's launched that nobody uses. It's cool. It's really, really cool. But what you really need is a community that can actually bring some life into this thing, actually make it usable. You can bring utility to it. And that's where, what this thing kind of, like, the why of Quantum Hosky, like, why's the Hosky in there, is because it's really what makes this thing come alive. So the other question then is, what? What is Quantum Hosky? So, we know all of these different technologies that we want to bring in, but, like, what are you actually going to interact with? So there's a couple of components. I mentioned, on the synthetic biology side, we have what we call dish brains. And these are literal physical brains that we grow in petri dishes, or what looks a little bit like a petri dish. It's like this whole thing is kind of like put inside of a box. So a bit like Schrodinger's box, actually. But there's a brain in there. And at the bottom of this dish, there's a bunch of electrodes. So what you can do is you can actually send information to this brain, and you can read information back from this brain, because it sort of talks to you. So it's like you're putting a brain into this thing, and you can kind of like talk to it through a computer. So if you think about it, it's like Neuralink, but kind of opposite. Like instead of taking a computer and just shoving it in your head, you take a part of your head and you shove it into the computer. So the dish brain, like, what is it good for? Actually, I don't know. I've seen a couple of examples of what it can do. I've read some papers, and it's like, okay, it's probably better at image recognition and that kind of stuff than regular AI. So there is some use for it. I've seen it play Pong, for example. I'm going to see if I can make something more interesting for this thing. But it's actually one of the my hope for this project is that we can keep this question kind of open. Like, I don't know what this thing is going to be. I'm going to bring it in here. I'm going to let everyone play with it. I'm going to let the AIs play with it, and we can kind of figure it out as we go along. Like, suddenly we discover something that we weren't even looking for. That's what I'm hoping for with the dish brain. But it has some real potential as well. And, we can do a lot of stuff with this dish. Like, we can, instead of using just like it's kind of swimming in Gatorade. Basically, it's like a liquid that's kind of salty, has all the nutrients and everything. We can add some stuff to that, and kind of test, like, does that impact it? Does it help? Does it make it worse? And kind of see, like, there's some interactions there that we can do that might be actually pretty useful for medical science. So, on the one side, we have the dish brains and, the Hosky idiots. So this is kind of the human side, and then we have the robot side with, some AI. Now, where does AI fit into this? So the way that we're going to tie this whole thing together is by a video game. And this video game, we're looking to make it a massive multiplayer online game. So everyone can join at any time, and it's going to be kind of like a whole simulated world with lots of different interactive components and lots of complexity. And the AI is actually a key part of that, because a lot of AI in video games so far has been pretty basic. It's like, okay, if player moves over here, then you should like chase them. Or, if they shoot you should shoot it back. Like in the Hydro Doom thing, for example, we did some pretty simple coding for the AI that you were playing against in the qualifier. And it turns out it's like 5 lines of code or something, and it's one of the hardest opponents you'll ever meet, because it can track you, and like as soon as you enter into its field of view, it just like instantly turns and shoots. And that is actually one of the hardest opponents you'll ever meet. So like there's a range between fully autonomous agents that you've been seeing on Twitter and stuff that you can actually write to, and you can ask them questions, and the ChatGPTs and the Geminis, the large language models that can actually do anything. Right? You don't have to like select between these 5 things you can ask it. You can actually ask it anything, and like sometimes it answers some hallucination thing, but you can actually put these things into something else than a chatbot, because that's what we've been doing so far. We've been putting it into this little thing where you have like this little text field, and it like produces some text back. You can use the exact same technology, put it into a video game, and just let it run loose. Like see kind of what they get up to, especially in like a resource constrained environment, like a Minecraft server or something like that. There was a project called Altera that did this. And they had like, I think it was 1,000 AI agents, and they ran it for like a month to kind of see what they came up with and what they were up to. And they created their own religion, they created their own tax system, and like different people in the community, or in this AI community, different AIs in this community actually like took different roles, and they could kind of track what they were up to over time. And it turns out that they started trading with each other, because they find out that specialization is pretty useful. Like if some people just go down into the mines and like collect coal and whatever else they find, some people can like bake stuff and like sort of organize the town. It makes sense for them to trade with each other. And it turns out that the AI in the community that traded the most among everyone was actually the priest. because he was literally paying people to convert to his religion. So he was the one that actually sent out the most tokens in this game. So there's a lot of really interesting interactions that you can get with these, because like I'm a huge fan of video games, and a lot of the AIs in the game, like sometimes they're pretty smart, but you're always kind of limited to what you can do with them. Whereas if you put an LLM in there, like you open up the possibilities, and you can actually like prank them. You can convince them to do stuff that is sort of against their own interest. You can really do some interesting things when you put a bunch of these things in a community, and you put a bunch of people in that community, and you add something like a governance layer to it, which is where I think one of the interesting components in my in my view for the blockchain part. Like blockchain and gaming, it's not always the best fit. Like a lot of projects have tried and kind of come up with stuff that isn't terribly fun. Like a lot of it is pay to win, a lot of it is pay to play. There's some really exploitative practices out there that just aren't good. So that's really not the direction that we're going with this game. But what else can you do with blockchain? Well, there's the obvious sort of tokenization of stuff. But there's also the governance part that we're kind of all in the middle of at the moment, where, okay, let's say that you have a community. You have like 80 AIs or whatever, and you have like 500 people, but most of them aren't online at any given time. So it's like, 30, 40 people or something. And this community has to figure out how to respond to things, how to adapt to their environment, what to do, what to prioritize. So do you go out on an expedition to find some resources and bring it back to the base? Do you go out on a trading quest to a neighboring town? Maybe you have the Hosky community over here, and then maybe you have like the BabySNEK community over here. And are you guys enemies? Are you trading partners? I don't know. How do you decide? Like how do you sort of come into consensus on one side or the other of what kind of relation you want to have with this other community? Well, that's where governance really makes a difference, right? Because it's just the way to organize a lot of people's opinion and come to a conclusion. So the blockchain part is actually really interesting there. The blockchain itself is going to have some other things as well going on in the background that are just absolutely bonkers. So getting back to the quantum part. So in the video game, sort of in the middle, we want to have something that we call a quantum beacon. Now the quantum beacon is going to have some impacts on the game world itself, and it's going to stem from the blockchain. And the way that this works is, at the moment, we have some literally quantum computers technically, depending on how you define it. It doesn't have like the qubits, but it is a computer that is reliant on a quantum phenomenon for its operation. So what it is, it's a photon beam splitter. So it generates random numbers that are based on this quantum phenomenon. So in a lot of cases, when you need random numbers, you can just hit a random function, and usually calls like the time function for your device and like hashes that time or something, and like gives you kind of a random number back. So it's unpredictable for most people, but it isn't actually random. And when there's money on the line, that actually matters sometimes, because sometimes if you're able to predict a random number in advance, you can actually exploit that mechanism. So having real randomness that is, verified or sort of produced by quantum phenomena, that even if you run the exact same algorithm at the exact same sort of setup twice, you're not going to get the same number, because it's literally two different quantum phenomena. And even if it was the same quantum phenomenon, there is an actual probability involved. It's not, fully deterministic. Whereas, if you ran something like a regular randomness protocol, you would get the same thing if you had the exact same setup every time. So it would, in principle, it's actually possible to hack these things, whereas a quantum beacon is not hackable. So you can imagine, like, you've all heard of Midnight, right? Midnight is a partner chain. Quantum Hosky, the idea is to do a very similar thing, where Quantum Hosky is going to be a partner chain. And Midnight provides a service to the different chains that it's connected to. It provides privacy as a service. So if you want to do like privacy preserving transactions and stuff, like, you can use Midnight. Quantum Hosky, well, it's going to provide a couple of things, but one of them is randomness as a service, or chaos as a service, as I like to call it. And I feel it's pretty fitting to the Hosky community, because like you could have just instead of making this whole quantum beacon thing, like you could have probably just like, I don't know, hashed the last 5 messages in dgeneral or something, and you would get a pretty random result that is very hard to hack. But I do feel it's pretty on brand. So we covered the quantum part. There's the AI. There's the dish brain. There's the blockchain. So there's more to it than this. One thing is, as Jkrobar mentioned earlier, like the ability to mine with your mind. So what's that all about? Well, I mentioned the ability to put a brain into a dish instead of a computer into your brain. Well, all of this has to do with sort of a brain-computer interface. Now, putting an actual chip inside of your head is pretty invasive, and it's maybe not sustainable for. 'Cause the brain isn't really a good place to put a computer. Putting your brain into a dish might not be, everyone's cup of tea, so it's maybe not quite the step that you would be willing to take to interface with a computer. So there are other ways to do brain-computer interfaces. One of them is EEG. And these things are, it used to be like a medical thing that you only find in a hospital, but they've become wearable now. You can literally have it like underneath a baseball cap. Like there's really, really portable models that have like these little electrodes that kind of measure your brain from the outside. So you don't have to like do anything, like you don't have to put anything in your body. You just like put this thing on, and it can actually measure your brain waves through EEG. And these things are starting to get pretty affordable, and they're pretty cool. There's a bunch of different models, and they have different trade-offs and all of this stuff. But when you have something like that, you do have the ability to identify something that is uniquely human, because you can't really put this thing on, like, I don't know, you can't put it on a table and like spoof human neural activity. Like, it's not going to look human. You can actually identify whether or not this thing is being worn by a human. So it is, a step towards something like a proof of human protocol. And when you have something like that, when you have a proof of human protocol, you can start messing around with consensus of the blockchain and the block rewards that come from that. Because part of the reason why a lot of the consensus mechanisms are so hard and so, proof of work, for example, it's pretty straightforward. Like if you have a big mining rig, you will get more tokens. If you don't have as big of a mining rig, you won't get as many tokens. Proof of stake, is a similar kind of thing where, okay, you have to have all these tokens and you stake them, and then you have like a probabilistic thing where like, okay, if you have more tokens, then you get more tokens back, that kind of thing. So but all of this is like, you want to secure the network. You want to allow someone to produce a block, but you don't want them to be able to just like produce so many that they can kind of take over the network, or like, like basically attack the network by just sheer power. So what is kind of the power that we're talking about? Well, in the proof of work case, it's literally physical power and infrastructure and hardware. In the proof of stake case, it's like, okay, actual sort of tokens that you hold, but what's the resource? This resource can in principle be abstracted. So you can have like a proof of N or proof of X or whatever. And the proof of human protocol allows you to just put this thing on your head. It shows that you're actually human, and you can mine with your mind. Now, is it entirely feasible? I don't know. We're looking into it. So, again, kind of, like maybe at some point we need to open the box. But it is a really promising aspect. It is something that I do believe that we can make something that allows you to do something like that. And like, even a stake pool runs on, some amount of power. It's a lot better than proof of work, but imagine you put this thing on your head, like you have a little battery or whatever, and like you connect to Wi-Fi, and it's like literally your brain is doing all the work. So it's like it's really, really green power, if you will, in terms of how you operate the blockchain. So the idea is to have a couple of different protocols. So we have the quantum beacon, the random number generator. We have a proof of human protocol, which allows you to actually show that you're human and use that as a resource into the consensus. We're looking to implement some of the stuff that was kind of left on the back burner when making Cardano. So Ouroboros Chronos, for example, is a network time protocol that's actually pretty useful, and it's a more reliable and less sort of hardware restricted type of consensus, which is really important. Because if you want to run this thing, then not everyone's going to have an EEG device or the ability to make one. Not everyone's going to be interested or able to buy, the quantum random number generator stuff. So having Ouroboros Chronos is kind of the regular state pool kind of mechanism to run this thing. So adding Chronos to this, there we go, actually creates sort of a 3-part consensus mechanism. And we have a protocol called Minotaur, which kind of ties all of these together and allows you to do either one of the 3 to contribute to the network. So this is like a lot of the blockchain stuff. So what about the game? Because that's really my focus at the moment. All of this is kind of like backdrop, because now comes the question, like, okay, cool, abstract, weird, I don't know, fascinating, like I'd like to read the white paper, but what is it? Like, come on, what am I gonna actually touch? What am I gonna do in this thing? So that's where we're covering all of these different things with a video game. Not just any video game. I already mentioned, we want to make it massive multiplayer and online, so that you can play with, the humans and the AIs can play sort of alongside each other on equal footing. It has community at the center. So it's going to be something that, the Hosky community and the SNEK community and any other community, like the Doge community and all of the other meme coins, and even people outside of the blockchain space as well, can set up these communities and sort of have a hub that they can spend time together, find friends, hey, get married. Like, you never know what's going to come out of this. So the community is really a central part of this. Now, there's probably going to be some oddballs that don't fit into a community, and that's fine. You don't have to be in a community. You can enjoy this thing regardless. But all of this stuff is going to happen in a game world that is 4-dimensional, 4D. Now, this is a real challenge, because this actually it's amazing. It's a great equalizer in a way, because when it comes to gaming, maybe you game a lot. Maybe you've game kind of occasionally, or maybe you don't game really at all. And like if someone puts you into a video game, you kind of don't know how to do anything. Making the game 4D is actually a really good equalizer, because like suddenly even like pro gamers will be on the same footing as your boomer granddad, like trying to figure his way around an iPhone. Like a 4-dimensional environment is really challenging to understand, and especially gain an intuition for. Because we're used to 3D gaming because we're 3D beings. We're used to 2D because it's like lower, so we can like kind of see it as a tabletop thing. So it's easier for us to navigate. But 4D is actually sort of literally a dimension up, and we're not talking, like the when it comes to 4D stuff, it's like, oh yeah, space-time is 4D. Okay. Well, you can't move through time, right? You only move in one direction, and it's like kind of like constant speed. You don't have control. You can't turn around in time. You can't like do a time rotation in one direction and like a movement in the other. Like you can't actually manipulate this thing, right? So the space-time continuum isn't 4D in the same sense that we're thinking. We are thinking an actual extra dimension. So we have X, you have Y, you have 0, you have Z, and then you have W. So technically, fifth dimension, but we can usually just scratch the middle one there. So in a 4-dimensional game, you have literally 4 coordinates. And when you go into 4 dimensionals, there's so much things that just like, it's so crazy. There are things you don't have any intuition about at all. And there's a real challenge. Like, how do you visualize something that is 4D? What can I put on the screen in front of you that will allow you to understand what it is that you're looking at, if the thing you're looking at is a 4-dimensional object or a game world or a monster or something like this? That is the challenge that we're working on at the moment, because there are a couple of examples. There's a game called 4D Golf, which is arguably the best example, in my opinion, of any 4D game that exists right now. There's still some drawbacks to it, but if you're interested in like kind of getting a sense of what a 4D game is, check out 4D Golf. It's really good. And there are things that 4D Golf doesn't really do that we intend to do, because it's like, okay, it's still very kind of mathematical in the way that you cut the world and like show it to the players. So you don't get the same intuition for navigation that we're looking to give you. But one of the things that they did is they understood that because 4D is so weird and it's so unfamiliar and it's so hard to navigate and kind of tricky to just like do anything, the most challenge we can give you is like a mini putt golf game. And it kind of makes sense because like if you put like, imagine if you put like a monster in here, right? And it's chasing you through 4D, it's like, okay, where do you run? Like how do you know where that is in relation to you? Like you do a rotation thing and it's like suddenly it's in front of you and I thought it was in back. And like it's quite tricky to actually escape from something like a monster. So that's why, you know, in 4D golf it's pretty simple. It's just like hit a ball, try to hit the hole. And the courses are pretty simple as well, but you know, they are 4-dimensional. So you have to like scroll and like rotate and like try and figure out what you're doing. This actually does inspire some of the stuff that we can put into the Hosky game. Because when even basic stuff like mini golf is a real challenge, it kind of tells you what kind of challenges that we can put on the table for the players. And I realized the other day that so what are some really boring quests that you can do? What are like some of the least engaging and interesting aspects of video games that are out there that we could like copy and see like, okay, what does this even translate to in 4D? Well, if you play World of Warcraft for any amount of time, like you've probably seen the escort quests, right? Where you have an NPC and you follow them along a very set path, and you know you're trying to guide them from point A to point B, and there's some enemies along the way, and they stop and fight them, and they kind of rubber band back to the original path, and you're like, oh my god, you have to go back and fetch them, and like it's just such a boring thing because it's literally just like guiding someone from point A to point B. Well, in 4D, probably you're gonna need the help. You're gonna be the NPC in that equation. Like you're trying to get from this point to that point, but in order to do so, you have to go around this 4D rock. And just that simple obstacle is going to be so hard to like actually navigate around and understand that probably the NPC has to guide you. You're the escort quest. And it kind of flips it a little bit on its head. And that does make the whole thing pretty interesting, right? Because it's an interesting challenge of like, how do you make a game that makes 4D intuitive but not frustrating? Because if you put too much challenge in there, you know, people are just going to have a bad time. And we want people to have, you know, fun with this game, like actually bother to do go through the steps to get an intuition for 4D, because that's really cool. And you know, math departments are gonna, you know, go nuts for this. Like if we have a really good engine for doing stuff and like a good world creation, they can have some fun with like, okay, you know, working with the undergrads in the math department, like today we're gonna have a look at quantum Hosky. You know, really smart people, and they're gonna have some fun with this, and then hopefully, you know, they'll learn about Hosky and some other things. So I think, you know, just some of this stuff that's here is really good onboarding material. Like the 4D stuff is so unique that, you know, people are gonna love it. The dish brains are, you know, so controversial that, you know, hopefully it's gonna create some headlines. So yeah, simple things. And when I hear simple things, one thing that I think is minigames. And when I hear minigame, there's really only two things that I'm thinking about. One is a cooking minigame. The other one is a fishing minigame, because it's really what I like. Yeah, exactly. So I do think that we're going to explore a lot of these sort of playful, simple little experiments. And that's really what we're targeting to do over the next couple of months. So what can you expect, right, for Quantum Hosky? There's a bunch more here, like in terms of references. 4D Miner is another interesting one. It's like a Minecraft, but in 4D. And there's some inspiration there as well, because we want to have like resource collection and building, like a 4X type of game. We do want to have some strategy elements and stuff, but there's so much that are kind of just like on the chopping block at the moment. We don't know kind of what comes out of the process. But we do want to have a 4D game that uses an extension of what's called voxels that we're calling hypervoxels. And voxels are these little cubes that kind of make the whole environment destructible, so you can like actually, it's pretty useful for procedurally generating terrain. And then like if you want to blow it up, like, cause then, you know, it's already kind of made with all of the layers down. So you can think about Minecraft, but if like the blocks, instead of being a meter by a meter, they were like, this big or something. So it's like really, really interactive environment and destructible stuff. So anyway, we're making a 4D hypervoxel game engine for this. And we're going to put the Hosky game into this engine. There's some other stuff that we can do with it as well, like the 4D thing and the hypervoxels is actually unironically useful for medical imaging. So when you do like fMRI, you have like a 3D scan of the brain and you scan it over time as it kind of, you do stuff like you think about a task or you solve things. And you can actually, like, in principle, you can map that onto the hypervoxels and you can like literally visually move around in this 4-dimensional space, taking the time dimension and actually making it into spatial dimension. So hopefully, the doctors can actually make some use of that. I think that would be pretty cool. But anyway, so there's a bunch of interesting references. I do think that we're going to have to do some things that have never been done before, though, because 4D golf and 4D. How am I doing for time, by the way? Because like. Oh, right, nice, because I have a tangent that I'm about to go on. So this is, okay, I apologize in advance if it's, a little bit lofty already, but, I'm going to do a little bit of where my math background comes in. So interestingly enough, my bachelor's degree, or my bachelor's thesis, was actually in 4-dimensional geometry. So, that's convenient when I accidentally became a 4D game developer. I also coincidentally wrote a master's thesis on neuroscience on rats and rat brains and like how they process information. So that's pretty cool for the dish brain stuff. But anyway, on the 4D side, there's a good analogy of like, so Carl Sagan, he explained flatland in like the 70s or something, and he had like, this big piece of paper, and he like imagined like, okay, you imagine like a 3D thing moving past this plane, and you will have like cross sections and whatever. There is something to be said to that, but I think we can do a little bit better, especially when it comes to video games, because imagine that you have a 3D environment. And this is your game world. Now, in here you have, maybe you have some valleys, some mountains, some stuff going on. So this is always fun to try and draw on a 2D thing instead of just like showing a 3D plane. But you can imagine, something like this, where it's a type of terrain inside of a 3D space, and you can imagine that you're like a little player in this space, and your task is to climb the mountain or whatever. Like it's Skyrim, it's any video game you've ever played that's 3D. So the challenge that we are standing in front of is we have a space that is pretty interesting, kind of similar to this, but we can only show it to you one 2D slice at a time. Or, we can only show 2 dimensions of it at the time. So you can imagine that you take like a slice of this game world, like kind of this middle thing with the player. And if you pull this out, you'll have the player standing here on some sort of ground with probably a lot of space above them, and a little bit of space to dig down. And if you look at this from a video game angle, this is like your 3D game or your Skyrim, whatever. This is a 2D platformer suddenly, right? You can move left to right, you can jump, or you can dig down, and those are your controls, because you are effectively a 2D character. Like you're used to 2D, you can only understand 2D, you don't understand depth. Like you can only move around in this. So how do we give you a full 3D experience if this is the only thing that we can show you, or if this is the only thing that you can actually do? Well, you could take, the player position, and you could rotate these world slices around and kind of like allow them to rotate this game world. And what you would see then is what you see if you go to 4D Miner. This is what they do. So you can use the mouse wheel to scroll, and you kind of scroll through the 4th dimension. So you stand still, you look kind of straight forward, and the world around you just like kind of shifts and moves and looks super weird. You don't really get a good sense of the world from doing that. You don't get a good intuition, and there's some real challenges, because if you have another player in here, and these two guys are like in a hunting party or something, like they're going on a quest together, it's super duper hard to align the 2D slices they are in if they're in different slices, right? Because if this guy is like, you can imagine stacking these slices sort of parallel to each other, and if the other guy is in a similar type of world, but like, I don't know, 2 centimeters further out, and he's standing over here, you're actually, not that far from each other. But it's really hard for this guy, like with only the information that's on his screen, he can't see the other player. And it's very hard for him to navigate to get to this slice that this player is in, and for them to play together, like be able to actually move. So that's why just rotating this thing is pretty hard. And then the idea is you pull this up a dimension, so you'll have 3D slices of a 4-dimensional world. But that's kind of this is an analogy. But there is another way as well to cut this landscape, which is a thing that I have never seen anyone describe before, and I kind of liked it. And it's relevant for the 4D golf game, because if you take a slice, hang on, I'll use a different color. Let's actually draw a new scene, because it's going to be more helpful. So this is a new cube. And in the environment here, you have a little bit of beach, and then you have some water, and perhaps you are engaged in a fishing game. Perchance. So you are standing on the beach, and you only have like a 2D slice kind of thing available that you want to, you're able to view, but you want to play a fishing minigame in 3D, and you only have this 2D thing. So you can take a slice like this, that's kind of like cross-section this way, and what you would end up then is, you would have the beach, and then you would have the waves, and then you would be standing here, and you could like do the fishing. Another thing that you can do is that you can actually slice this game world at the water level in this direction. So it's kind of perpendicular to what you see here. And the interesting thing here is like the gravity goes this direction, right? So if you're actually painting this scene, you'll have the beach down here, and then you'll have some water, but you don't have any gravity. So when you move here, like you can actually kind of move freely up or to the left or down, whereas in this case, if you jump, you fall back down because gravity is going in this direction. Whereas in this case, it's more like a top-down game, like Zelda, what is it? The Link to the Past. It can be kind of like asteroids, right? Where you're like moving around with no gravity, like you're just like moving around the screen, and you can turn and you can like move in this direction, and there's no. It's kind of like being in space in a way because there's no gravity. Like gravity is just going in the opposite direction. So you can imagine from this perspective, you could kind of see like I don't know the top of your head and then your fishing rod, and then you can like choose which direction to throw and then kind of how hard to throw it, and then you'll end up throwing a little bobber, and then suddenly you'll catch a fish and you can reel it in. So there's two different views of effectively the same game and the same game world. Both are important. Both of these, like with just this view, you're never going to be able to see the whole shape of the beach, or maybe there's another fish over here that you're not able to see. Such a nice fish drawing. So maybe there's a fish over there, and you're not able to see it from this slice, right? Because here you can only see this first fish. So in order to be an effective fisherman in 3D, you need to be able to have kind of both of these views. So if you pull this up into 4D, you also need multiple different views of the 4D world to become like an effective 4D fisher. And the analogy of this is actually pretty interesting, because if you go into 4D, so you have some sort of weird game world that we have no idea how it even looks, because this is 4D, so it just looks like some sort of blob that we are trying our best to visualize. Well, what we can do is we can make 3D slices of this 4D game, and we can try and help you visualize things with these 3D slices. Now, some of them are, in the direction of where gravity is going down. You can sort of stand in the middle here. And then you could either rotate this thing and it looks kind of weird, or you can kind of try and move it, like in the 2D case. You can imagine that you can move from what is effectively this slice being parallel to this slice. If you have two people playing in the same 3D environment, like this guy and this guy, they're on parallel slices that are kind of just like a little bit of distance apart. You can imagine that you can kind of slide this slice in this direction, which is effectively moving. It's not rotating. It's actually moving in the space. Now you can do a similar thing in 4D, where you can kind of move this slice. And there's actually two games that do this. One game is 4D Toys. Actually does this thing where you have the slice and you can kind of move it back and forth. Another game is called Miyagakure. And they play with this kind of notion that the fourth direction is time. So like when you're moving in this direction, it kind of seems like the environment around it kind of ages, but it also changes sort of geographically. So it is actual 4D objects, but it kind of just, they've represented it in a way that it looks kind of like time, so you can understand it better. But you're actually kind of moving, you're not just rotating the slice. So you can do, you know, translations or movements, you can do rotations, and then you can have this really, really weird concept, which is this sort of flip into the perpendicular axis where you'll have a 3D cube. I really set myself up for success with the perspective here. Now this cube is actually, the whole thing is perpendicular to the direction of gravity, similar to how, you know, this top-down view of the 2D world is perpendicular to the direction of gravity. So what you can do is you can actually move like in any direction that you want in here. Like it's kind of like being on a spaceship and moving through space. It's just like you're moving over here and then you're moving a little bit up there and then you're moving over there. And you can you can actually do this in 4D Golf. So they have a mode where you can actually view the game world through this world. And it's really interesting because things look really different when you take this thing. But there's also the challenge of like, okay, what if you're on an incline? What if like the floor is actually sloping or something and you're in this volumetric view? Like it's similar to how if you take this you know, fishing case of you have like a little beach, but it goes down and then there's some water and then you're like all the way down here by the water, and you take this sort of cross-sectional slice, it's going to look like a lot of sand and then some water. But then if you move in this direction, which is like there's an actual slope there, you're not going to see the slope from where you are in this direction. So from your perspective, like you're just like seen from above, you're going to move here, and then as you're moving, you're being moved in the third dimension, and it's kind of changing the shape of the sand that you're standing on. What's actually happening is you're just going uphill. So this is one of the challenges with just doing it too mathematically. Like all of this stuff is just way too mathy. Like it's you're trying to take what's supposed to be a fully immersive game world that has complex geometry, it has stuff going on, and you're trying to like slice it up as a mathematician would. That's the problem. Because I've studied math, so I know that, you know, there is such a thing as too much math. And this is just one of those cases where it's like, you shouldn't approach this kind of math first, in a way. There are probably better ways to do this, but this is kind of what's been done before. So there are some really experimental things that we're doing right now, where we want to try and make it even more immersive. So when VR first came out, they didn't really figure out how to do the format. They made like a couple of toy games here and there and like some samples and whatever, and then, you know, Beat Saber. And it was just like, yeah, this is what, you know, VR is all about. Like you're kind of solving all of the problems because you can stand in one spot because not everyone has like a huge play area, and you have like this little, you know, cable in the back of your head, and like you're not able to actually move that much, but, you know, if you can stand here and you can like choo, 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 you're kind of like a ninja, right? Like it's really fun. Like it brought the format of VR really to life. And, you know, Half-Life Alyx did a similar thing for like actual shooters in VR. And from there, you know, it's been a lot of really good successes coming after that. But the platform, until this moment, until the Beat Saber moment, was really struggling. And even though there are, some 4D games at the moment, we haven't had the 4D moment. There's still a lot of work to do to actually make this world understandable. Because imagine if you just basic stuff like looking in the world and like trying to find, oh, I can see a tree over there because I need some wood. Like even stuff like that is going to be pretty tricky when the controls aren't on your side. And if you're being too mathy, the controls just by default aren't on your side because people aren't mathy in the way that they understand things. So I've been experimenting. And I've been experimenting with a lot of different ideas. Now I don't need to go through all of them, but one of them that I thought was interesting enough to kind of like just give you a sense of like where we are in terms of the experimentation with a 4D format, because we don't want to just do stuff that's been done. We want to do it right. We want to actually do justice to the 4D format, like the 4D gaming platform. So I kind of took it back, like, okay, I'm a 4D thing in the world, like an animal, right? I've evolved in some sort of way to be able to navigate my environment. Like, what kind of modalities am I experiencing the world through? So the big one is sight, right? Because that's what we rely on the most. You have a little bit of hearing as well, because you can actually show that to the players. There are some other things, like smell, a sense of like electricity, like heat vision, like snakes have, for example. Sense of vibrations that, for example, elephants, they do a lot of sensing like that when they communicate. Echolocation, right, like porpoises and bats. But on the sight side, so okay, what is, taking it back down to like the 2D to 3D case. We are 3D beings living in a 3D world, but we're actually perceiving the world with sort of two 2D slices at a time, in a way, right? Because your left eye is perceiving something, your right eye is perceiving something else. Your brain kind of combines these two-dimensional impressions into what you experience as a 3D world. Because through these two, in your eyes, if you can imagine like different cones coming out, they have a lot of overlap. And this is where you have binocular vision. And then you have monocular vision outside of the field of overlap. And this is where this is actually a lot of technically redundant information, right? Like if you think of it like a mathematician, you're describing the same thing. Like, why do you want this overlap? No, you want to have no overlap, right? That's the way that mathematicians take on it. But if you think of vision, like, okay, no overlap means that you have no depth perception. So there are creatures that have almost this, right? Where, for example, if you look at a horse from above, this is going to be a bit of a challenge. All right, horse. Yes, exactly. So this is Hosky, if I can type. So this is a Hosky. Now there is a meme relating to horses that I'm not going to spoil it. I hope to have some horse memes in here by the time that we present this at Rare Evo. But horses actually have vision that they have a little bit of overlap here in the front. They have like a blind zone as well where they don't see anything. Very small amount of binocular vision, and then the rest is kind of just like this huge field of view, right, where they have monocular vision. So in this sort of area here, they don't really have good depth perception. They do, however, if you're, and every horse owner can attest to this, they do spot movement. So if there's a plastic bag within a mile's radius of this eye, they are going to see it and they're going to freak out because it moves. So this is an example of, like you have binocular vision, which is what a lot of predators have. Like if you notice, like our eyes are in the front of our head, cats, dogs, huskies even, they have the eyes in the front because it means that they're able to manipulate objects and they're able to have good depth perception when they're tracking prey, for example. Whereas prey animals, usually they want to just detect motion and then just like run away. They aren't that worried about, like specifically what it is that's moving. They just want to see movement and run away. Both are really useful. Which one is most useful? Well, it depends on the situation. Are you a prey in this situation, or are you a predator in this situation? Or are you just like, a tool, like a solving animal trying to figure out the problem? Both are really useful, and ideally you would be able to kind of switch between them, right? So if you imagine a 4D being, there's so much that I could, like so many tangents that I want to try and avoid. This is the fun thing about this project. It's just like rabbit hole and another rabbit hole and another rabbit hole and another rabbit hole, like all of the stuff like dish brains. I could talk about that. Like I could talk about that for the whole hour, right? Like, so trying to cut the fat is a bit of a challenge with this. But on the vision side, if you imagine like a 4D being, it could, for example, have 3 eyes. And these eyes could have instead of a 2D surface that they can track, like this cone, they can actually have a 3D slice that this eye can see. And then this thing sees a similar setup, and then this thing has a similar kind of field of view. And in here, there's an overlap between all of these 3 spheres. And the overlap is where you'll see the details of a thing, right? So if I hold something that is round in front of me, is it a cylinder seen from the bottom, or is it a ball? The only reason I can actually tell when I'm holding it right in front of me is because I can see it from 2 slightly different angles. Similar here, right? Like there's going to be minor differences to the thing that you're watching. If you have like a view like this, like imagine, again, you're trying to take the explaining 3D for a 2D being. If you can actually, instead of just showing a single slice of the game world to the 2D being, imagine if you can actually take the input from our eyes, like what we see, and then just show them next to each other and allow the 2D being to see just like literally 2 slices next to each other and kind of like try to infer from the overlap. Like, there's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be a little bit of a hand here, and there's going to be more of the same hand over here, but it looks slightly different. And maybe it has like, I don't know, a tool of some kind, and then like from this angle it looks more sharp. I don't know. By trying to combine these 2 images that have a lot of overlap, that's where you gain intuition. So trying to do a similar thing for 3D, you can imagine that you have a 3-eyed being. You can actually, in principle, render these things as 3 separate 3D scenes next to each other. And then by literally just getting so used to solving problems in this view with a lot of overlap in all of these three fields of vision, you can actually gain some intuition. You can actually start to get a sense of what kind of thing you're looking at and you've picked up. So there's a lot of this kind, and for all I know, this might just not work out, right? Like we might be playtesting this and it just totally flops. Like nobody understands what they're looking at, and it just like doesn't work, and it's just like, I don't know, buggy, or it takes too long to develop. Like there might be a lot of challenges with trying an approach like this, but this is the kind of approach where I think this helps you build some intuition, because this is what we actually do in our sort of 2D slice world to understand the 3D world that we live in. This might be a solution to take 3D slices and understand the 4D world that we're trying to build. So I'll take a couple of questions actually, but before I do that, I did want to say that we're doing a lot of experiments. We're trying out a bunch of things, and the idea is to keep doing that for a little bit. Hopefully we'll get to something that is actually playable, and I'm talking, pre-alpha, just like not even a stable build. You're not going to be able to install it and run it very simply. You probably have to, know your way around GitHub or whatever to be able to interact with, like that kind of thing. But we hope to get some experiments that are super weird, super interesting, and probably super broken, and allow people to play with it. See kind of like how they react. Like, does this make sense? Are you able to kind of like understand what this object is that you're looking at? Like, is this a cone, or is it a cube, or is it like whatever? So hopefully what we can do is we can get to a bunch of these different types of experiments. Maybe we'll get some mini games in there, and we can like try out these different views and these different sort of tools that we have, and get people to have fun with it. And like the good thing is we have a Discord full of potential playtesters at least. So hopefully what we can do is to get a bunch of this stuff runnable-ish, and have a good pipeline so that people can just like download it and quickly play around with it for a little bit, and just like spam the Discord if they like it, spam the Discord even more if they don't, to kind of try and build this thing in the open, because I think that's really what it's all about. Is like failing fast means trying often, like testing it often, like getting some people in. Like we're all going to be our boomer dads when it comes to this, so nobody's going to be able to really have a good intuition for this. But are you able to gain that intuition? Are you at least able to have fun? That's kind of the questions that we're hoping to answer while we're doing this, and then we have a little bit of time to get it to an actual product. So this is just the stuff that allows you to interface with the game world. The game world itself is also going to be a pretty interesting and expansive world with a lot of communities and AI and the quantum randomness and all of these other components. But again, a lot of this is really early stage in terms of design and development, but we do want to bring people in early. So hopefully I can give some interesting news over, I don't know, not too long, and allow people to participate when we have something to try, basically. But yeah, I've been babbling for I don't know how long, probably too long, but
45 minutes.
All right, so we have half an hour left.
Half an hour, yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Do we want to take some questions, maybe?
We can do it.
Yeah.
Can you just grab the
Can I do a question and an observation?
Question and an observation?
Yeah.
Yep, sure.
Okay, so I'll start with observation. So my first master degree was in psychology, and like one of the things we look at is like how the brain actually interprets information when it lacks information. You have like the blind spot in your eye, and actually the brain actually fills in that information from the other eye. And when you see it, you see it, and not as a blind spot, but you see the empty paper, for example, if you look at the paper. You can test this at home, just trying to have an X on the paper and holding over your eye and moving closer to it, and suddenly the X will disappear. That's your brain filling out that. But anyways, like that, for me, the observation there is like you're talking about having several senses and creating sort of an intuition. I think that's exactly what you're doing with the brain in that blind spot example. And I think that's absolutely the right path to try to understand 40. So that's really cool, Trym. Now the question, and for me this is something I'm really concerned about. And like I think about governance, but I also think about ethical things. So petrichor dish, sure, that's controversial, but I'm actually more like, how do we make sure this doesn't create something that's not good? Like you're taking data from the EEG, you're actually quite entangling a lot of exponential technology here. Like, have you given some consideration? Like, I know it's just a game, but like, that's amazing potential. Like, have you thought about ethical concerns regarding this? Like, yeah.
Yes. So it's actually something that I've been quite worried about, and there's a lot of things in there, and which is also kind of why I'm so eager to stress that this could not work out, and it might not be the reasons that you think. One of those reasons is when it comes to the EEG stuff and like the ability to mine with your mind, like. There's probably some, the algorithm needs to read your brainwaves, but that's really personal biological information. It might even be personal identifiable information that's, protected by GDPR. So how do we deal with that? We do something like kind of a client side to a privacy preserving computation thing with Midnight? Maybe we do, like it's all client side, trusted execution environments. Like there's multiple ways of trying to deal with this, but it is really, really important to make sure that we don't leak people's brain data, right? Like that's not a good look. We've all seen what happens with, with WorldCoin, and it's not something that we want to repeat. There is also, the ethical consideration of the dish brains. And I met the CEO of Cortical Labs, the company that actually brings these devices. And I asked him, like, what are the ethical, considerations that we should take into account when it comes to the dish brains? Because we're literally putting human neurons into this dish thing and cultivating them, and like messing around with them, right? Like we in order to train, you usually have to have like things that the neurons don't like and things that the neurons like, and it's like, okay, where's the line here? Where's the boundary? Like, when does this become unethical? And like, the answer that I got was, well, just don't make it too big. I'm kind of paraphrasing it there and poking a little bit of fun on it, but you know, it is the sort of scale that we're working on here. It shouldn't be a problem in that domain, because it's like probably on the order of a couple of 100,000 neurons, which is just not enough to have any sort of semblance of like understanding or sort of conscious thought or anything like that. But it is something that we do take serious. It is something that we're not, you know, flippant about. So yeah, we're doing some pretty thorough analysis on it, just from both an ethical but also legal side, before we do anything sort of and commit to it. So yeah, it's not the move fast and break things. It's the move fast and hope. Well, it's the move fast and hopefully legally.
I wanted to give one observation to your comment, is that there's the fundamental law of information sharing in the universe, that information can and will copy and clone and share itself. That's built into the quantum layer, goes all the way up. You see it in the biological layer with DNA. You see it on the human layer, where people copy each other's thoughts, copy each other's behaviors. It's integrated into the universe, so it's very, very hard to swim upstream against it. So,
this is pretty cool.
So
yeah.
that's that. So yeah, but that's the sort of the direction that evolution and the integration of the time death of the universe is pushing us in that direction.
So yeah, good observation. Yeah. Is there anyone from the Discord or from the chat maybe?
Yeah. Dimmer can look at that. For those of us who are, you know, stuck here on planet Earth as well and trying to understand everything, what kind of hardware, I guess, would you imagine this game being played on? Would it be, you know, a laptop? You'd need to create something for that in VR. What are you kind of imagining with that?
Yeah, the goal, it depends on the final game design. The final game design isn't set in stone. So, you know, again, everything subject to change, big disclaimer. But my hope is, and it's reasonably ambitious, is to do multi-platform so that you can do different things on different platforms. So if you happen to have a VR headset, it's just a really cool way to play the game. But if you have, you know, a laptop or a desktop, you should be able to hopefully play it through Steam. But, you know, there's some terms and conditions that are, you know, we need to figure out if we're able to comply with. But you should be able to play it on regular consumer hardware. There might even be a mobile or browser component to it as well, especially when it comes to the sort of strategy part of the game, because we're hoping to do kind of an adventure mode and the strategy mode. And the adventure mode is going to be probably a little bit more resource intensive. So, you know, that's where you pull up your laptop or your and especially just like the controls, right? Like if you're on the phone, like, okay, do you have like 8 different buttons on the screen that you can push at the same time? It's just the user interface is going to look really weird if you try to do the adventure mode there. But there's still stuff that you can do there. So we're hoping to do, you know, like a mix of different things and of different platforms. But, you know, game design is pretty advanced and tricky even for just a single platform. So, you know, like there is a caveat that, you know, it might come down the road. It might be cut completely because of game design. Like, you know, at the moment we're in the yes and phase of like just getting stuff on there, you know, like exploring the space and trying to weed out things that are just like fundamentally bad ideas. And, you know, soon we're going to come to the point where like doing some experiments, figuring out what works. And through that process, we're going to iterate to try and kind of find what the ideal game design turns into. And multi-platform might not fit into the final product, or it might be. So hopefully we're going to have something for everyone. But yeah, like again, caveats to that.
For sure. Were there any questions in the Discord? And here's one that I heard just in general conversation these last couple of days. So it's got the blockchain aspect, obviously, of one of the 4 pillars. does the Hosky token itself play into any of that? Would that work its way into the game somehow?
Probably, although it's not something that I've been thinking about a lot yet. First of all, it's something that, I don't know, we'll have to, there's no tokenomics or anything like that that's kind of settled yet. We do have some thoughts of what we want to do, but, it's too early to speculate, really. I was thinking, it would be fun to have like a little companion in the game, and then maybe like base that, like maybe you can like upload your cash grabs, and it would take some of the traits and make like your kind of personalize your companion. There are some problems with like there's some Squid Game traits in there that I'm not sure if we would be have the copyright to actually use in like a commercial application. So there are some questions about whether or not we could do that. But there's a lot of open questions, and we'll hopefully have the answers to those as we get closer to something like a launch.
Yeah. So there's a question here from Rated N for Noob. How will HMI play a role in the game? And Dima tells me that's human-machine interface. And
the what I call BCI, or brain-computer interface. Like human-computer interface is just like all the interfaces like that you actually have with the computer. Like, so it's the keyboard and mouse, and it's the controllers, and it's your phone, and it's also the EEG headsets and all of this stuff. So narrowing it down a little bit, the EEG headset is probably going to be something that I've looked at it. There's a lot of different options, and you can even there's some open source ways of building them yourselves. Like you can just buy the components, and they're not that expensive. So I would imagine that it's not a super high bar, but it is a bar that not every player is going to have these things, and we don't expect everyone to have these things either. With the EEG headsets, we do want to have them. Give them the ability to do something interesting with them in game, and we've been exploring different options for what that could be. Early on, there was some conceptualization of okay, maybe we have a fog of war, and in order to penetrate the fog of war, if you have this EEG headset, you can create this ball around you, and then people can follow the trail that you leave behind and look for treasures and dungeons and stuff. Still, again, the game design, we need to figure out kind of what actually works well. So it's an iterative process, and I can't say now what it's going to look like in the future, but we have had a lot of thoughts about it. If you have EEG headset, it can actually read it can read some interesting things. It can read kind of how excited you are, whether or not you're focused. If you're unfocused, maybe that's a good thing. Your emotional state. Are you upset? Are you calm? So you can read some basic stuff like that, as well as some motor input. Like if you imagine rolling your ankle, even if you don't actually do it, if you just imagine it, the EEG can pick up that if the sensor is placed in the right place. So there's a lot of things that can maybe impact the game. Again, it depends on the final game design. One idea was that if you're really calm, you can have a magic system, because a wizard will have to read a lot of scrolls and keep all of that knowledge in mind. So if you're able to remain calm, maybe you can actually use those spells. Whereas if you get really excited and just completely go nuts, it might give you a lot of stamina, or the ability to go rage mode or something for a melee player. But again, the 4D stuff, I'm not sure if even combat is going to be doable. Right? Is it going to be? Are you going to be able to actually parse the information that you need to perform combat, or is it just going to be so frustrating that we have to kind of pull it out? So the final sort of way that it gets implemented is still a little bit up for grabs. We do have some ideas of it affecting the weather system, or kind of background things that are useful in some cases, and maybe damaging in others. You can have a slight advantage if you're going to war with someone, maybe you can rain on all their crops and kill it. Or if you're a farmer and you need some rain on your crops, it's oh yeah, I'll get this guy in that has this headset. Very much open question. No thing kind of really settled there, but again, through the iterative process, we're going to find a really good way to embed it. It is also and that's just in the game world, right? So on the blockchain world, when we get this proof of human protocol, you are probably going to be able to mine with your mind through this thing, right? We make an algorithm, it checks that you're an actual human wearing this thing, and through doing that, you participate in the consensus through Minotaur.
Cool. This wasn't really a question, but maybe 4D's nuts.
Yep.
Any last questions from the audience? No? Okay, awesome. Thank you, Trym. Round of applause, everyone. And I guess I'll invite Jkrobar to do the final little presentation, keynote, the ending closing note. So yeah, take it away, JK.
Thank you. So I actually earlier did miss Rated N for Noob, and LOURDE, who is one of our sponsors, wanted me to mention the Idjiot games and Yachty taking victory in the Idjiot games. That's the memory that I did not post in the presentation earlier. So shout out, thank you guys for pinging me. Yes, Dima? Which one won? Warness? Warness won? Congratulations, you guys. That's amazing. That's ridiculous. Oh, you vote? Oh, voting you don't know. All right. Well, my degenerate doggos. Here we are at the end of the Hosky Summit. Give yourself a scratch behind the ear for making it through. And I'm pretty sure we're all still terribly confused about why we came. The underwhelming adventures aren't over yet. I do look forward to hanging out with you all at the Hosky Gala and Awards ceremony tonight. But if I am not served a cocktail in a doggy bowl, I quit. And of course, don't forget, we do have free access to the Museum of the Second World War tomorrow. And I hope you all get a chance to, of course, explore this beautiful city. What are the voting? He said weren't, no.
Yeah, so the great debate, how do you feel about pineapple on pizza?
Yeah?
The winner is happy with 24 votes.
People are happy with pineapple pizza. I'm just repeating because you're not mic'd.
And the runner-up,
Hey!
So the winner of the great debate is happy for pineapple on pizza with 24 votes, and the number 2 is mad with 15 votes. So it's a pretty good split.
Opinionated doggos.
Yep. Pernis versus Vernis, it's 61 votes. Pernis actually comes out on top with 31.
Rigged.
Yeah.
Rigged.
It is rigged.
Boo.
Definitely rigged.
They can't hear you cheers because I have a mic and you don't.
Yeah. Vernis came in second with 20 votes, and then there's 10 votes for And then
so we can convert them.
Yeah.
We can convert the ums.
Exactly.
We got 10 folks.
And then the final vote, or the final thing, was 7 votes, which was the quantum pets. Schrödinger devised a thought experiment related to a certain animal. What type of animal was that? The options were dog, snake, pig, frog, squirrel, and potato.
Wait, what?
Potato won with 4 votes.
Naturally. Congratulations, potato. So, compared to most of you here, I'm a crypto noob. My introduction to Cardano and how to use the network came from the Hosky project. And I honestly didn't even realize I learned anything until my first in-person Cardano event. As I mentioned earlier, my first in-person event was the 1694 workshop, where I introduced myself as a Cardano noob. Folks there were super friendly and helpful. Every time we took a break, they were coming up to me, telling me how to use the Cardano network. But thanks to the Hosky Discord, I already staked to 6 or 7 single pool operators, was a pro at using Eternal Wallet since it was the most convenient way to stake hundreds, thousands of cash grab NFTs. I already had my assets on cold storage and was familiar with many dApps. I also kind of knew how to degen, but Hosky himself never encouraged this. So I guess I want to end the afternoon, and it's been mentioned and discussed before, how Hosky educates. The Hosky Discord community educates. Cardano isn't just blockchain, it's a movement. It's a platform built on big ideas, sustainability, scalability, and a vision for a decentralized world that actually works. And while Hosky might be the goofy mutt in the family, we have a role to play in spreading that vision. Hosky's passion for this ecosystem, is contagious. That's the absurdity of this project. You take something as serious as blockchain tech, sprinkle some jokes and memes on it, and suddenly it's accessible. Suddenly, we have new noobs coming to the Hosky Discord asking, what's the best Cardano wallet to collect my Hosky off the Cardano tipbot? What's a stake pool operator? What's a DREP? So this is not just a meme coin community. Every ridiculous tweet, Hosky cash grab flex, every goofy GIF posted in the Hosky Discord is an opportunity for us to pull someone into Cardano's orbit. And naturally, D's nuts trap can be expected. I was gonna say from time to time until I realized it was way more often than I expected after that trivia earlier today. So let's continue to be the community that makes people giggle and then sneakily teaches them about proof of stake, self-custody wallets, Cardano governance, and the importance of delegating to single pool operators. Oh yeah, and also, I accidentally learned about creating and editing low quality videos. Not that it's hard to do, I just never had a reason to try before Hosky. So as we wrap up here today, this afternoon, I want to encourage you all to continue being the loudest, the silliest, and the most welcoming pack in the ecosystem. Thank you all for giving this worthless token some value. Calm down, I meant value of community, of course. No value, it's worthless. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Can you give a shout out to the people who sponsored?
Yeah, of course. Some last words from my side. Thank you all again. And a little shout out to the sponsors. I don't know who they are, but we have, of course, Hosky, the big dog. Then we have the little, I'm watching on the, looking at the pictures. So I see a little snake coming from an egg. I see Ruikku. I see Farm Row, of course, LOURDE. Mere mortals. Oh, thank you, yeah. You can see them now. Blockfrost, SynthesizeAI, Leap, SPO, Ruikku, Taichi, Farm Roll, and can you go up, please? Hosktory, BabySNEK, yeah. Thank you all, and thank you for being here. And enjoy the evening. We have free drinks and free food, I think starting in like 1 hour, 2 hours maybe. We have still some little snacks over there, and enjoy. Thank you.